to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn." Minions have spawned.
Discount higher. Alright, first things first, the channel name has I dropped upper echelon, still matching the logo and the tag UE. I'll still cover video game related content probably quite often, but the transition being what it is, the name change seemed like it was finally necessary. I know some people might disagree, but yeah, it had to be done for their case. With that said, let's talk about the future of finance. Now, I say these words, finance with an immeasurable amount of sarcasm. Crypto is not the future of anything. If it were to be an evolution at all, it would be an exacerbated playground of everything that is currently wrong with modern finance, masquerading under a set of illogical and often contradictory ideals, making it little more than a joke with obscenely damaging consequences. I know, plenty of people are going to flood the comment section raving about fiat currency, fractional reserves, or the central banking cartel, and they're not wrong. Those things are bad, flawed, or prone to certain forms of abuse, absolutely. But having watched the crypto bubble since it was born, practically, and traded within it for the better part of 10 years, as far back as 2012, I wanted to take some time, right now, and highlight just how ridiculous, absurd, and even comical the industry has become. It's true, this video is right now being mirrored to Odyssey, a crypto-supporting platform that utilizes the library network to host a YouTube alternative, but I don't use that platform because of the crypto connection, I use the platform in spite of it. Odyssey has better free speech ideals, it has automatic content mirroring, and it's home to a great community of people, even the ones who think that crypto is the future of finance, so there's a lot of reasons to use it. I have amassed hundreds of thousands of LBC through that platform and left it untouched since I initially signed on. The core principle at play here, in terms of why I use Odyssey to begin with, is diversification. Point being, I'm about to heavily criticize the world of cryptocurrency while uploading the video to a crypto-supporting platform. I understand there's going to be a lot of people in the comment section that are very angry about this. Blockchain technology probably does have some uses, but what we see right now is a pathetic, damaging, ill-described, and faulty joke. Alright, tried and true, it's time for today's video sponsor. Keeps has been a supporter of the channel for quite a long time, and there's a simple reason for that. Channel demographics. Most of you are men ages 18 to 45. Yes, there are exceptions, but that's the majority rule. And hair loss affects roughly 2 out of 3 men by their mid-30s. As a result, the partnership makes sense. Keeps has more 5-star reviews than any current competitor. You can order and get treated directly from your own company for a fraction of the cost when compared to other products, and they offer generic versions of the only 2 FDA-approved hair loss treatments on the entire market. If you click the link down below, you can get 50% off your first order. Again, that's 50% off your first order if you click the link down below in the description. Keeps can help prevent, even in some cases actually reverse the process of hair loss. And yes, I do get paid for these advertisements. but Keeps has been a long-standing partner providing excellent support to Upper Echelon. Once again, there's a link down below in the description for 50% off your first order. Big thank you to Keeps for sponsoring the channel. Now, before the screeching sets in too hard, and believe you me, it will, let me present some examples. Crypto has gone through a variety of phases in its lifespan. In 2013, there was a dramatic rise that put Bitcoin on the proverbial map, if you will, followed by brutal collapse because a Magic the Gathering trading card website, which had been repurposed into the largest Bitcoin trading platform on the planet, got hacked and lost 850,000 coins. At today's prices, that would be $16 billion, taken from a website initially designed to trade fantasy hobby cards. Heck of a start. That and more is essentially phase 1. Early adoption, wild volatility, dramatic price rise, and people like me, by the way, were shilling the hell out of it as the future of currency, finance, and technology all rolled into one. I remember when Overstock.com first came on board and accepted Bitcoin as payment, we went nuts over that. I remember ranting about it to glassy-eyed sophomores in a winter break dormitory on a college campus, and I remember riding the wave of financial revolution from $200 to $1,200 and all the way back down to $200 again. Those were the good old days, honestly. Phase 1 was when the technology felt unencumbered. Nobody really knew what the fuck it was, to be honest. We were using sketchy websites that obviously weren't prepared to handle this shit. And I myself managed to get out of Mt. Gox before the ultimate collapse, but it served as an extremely effective wake-up call, signaling that the world of crypto was in for a bit of a rough ride. Phase 2 is where things got wild. Bitcoin went from a few $100s to $20,000 Bitcoin, and with it came widespread mainstream attention. People began selling their cars, houses, and children to buy as much of the token as possible. Yes, that's hyperbole, but just barely. This was when a wider market of crypto became more mainstream as well, and we started to see that the industry is just a twisted amalgamation of everything bad about modern finance times 10 all at once. Altcoins became all the rage, and stable coins began to appear. It turned out, according to research from University of Texas professor John Griffin, notorious for his ability to spot financial fraud, that more than half of Bitcoin's dramatic price rise, at that time, had been manipulation through a stablecoin called Tether. You see, crypto is touted as the future of finance, a revolution on existing norms and a technology immune to central banking corruption, but in reality, crypto had a central bank, and its name was Tether. I could go on for hours about the toxic impact of Tether on the ecosystem and the eventual collapse it will cause, but this is more of an overview, not a specific technique. If you want something like that though, I'm going to link a video down below by the YouTuber CoffeeZilla that is extremely well made and explains the entire thing. Phase 2 is where the wheels came in. Crypto got a massively corrupt central bank of sorts. People were copy-pasting white papers and project profiles of websites and then absconding with all the cash all the time. More use cases for blockchain were being conceptualized or advertised than could ever possibly be made. They were not practical in the slightest. And the entire thing became a breeding ground of scams, illicit activity, money laundering, corruption, and mismanagement at every level, for every reason, and practically every single token or project. That was fun, but it was nothing compared to Phase 3. In late 2020 and early 2021, Bitcoin went parabolic. Pretty much every single token, shitcoin or not, went parabolic alongside it, and with that new all-time high came widespread institutional influence. Crypto became part of the existing financial world, only worse. It was prone to every single harmful activity that regular finance was plagued by, except faster and much more severe. Crypto became a criminal vice, a fraud vice, a rug pull machine, and a self-propelled multi-trillion-dollar industry that has more severe and frequent lapses than any other sector or even sovereign government on planet Earth. Let's put this in perspective, and I know it's going to be kind of a lot of talking and data points, but just bear with me and I'll have the visuals on screen. The top 10 largest bank heists in global history are as follows. The Dunbar Armored Robbery, 1997, $18.9 million. The United California Bank Heist, 1972, $30 million. British Bank of the Middle East, 1976, $20 to $50 million. The Northern Ireland Bank Robbery, 2004, $41 million. The Brinks-Mat Robbery, 1983, also $41 million. Banco Central, 2005, $71 million. Securitas Depot, 2006, $83 million. Knightsbridge Security, 1987, $50 million. And then two robberies in Baghdad, Iraq, one in 2007 and one in 2003. One of them for $282 million and the other for $920 million. The $920 million robbery was quite literally the dictator leader of an entire country robbing their own central bank, so I'm not even sure if I should count that one. and this top 10 list takes place over the span of almost 50 years. Now let's take a look at crypto. Just in 2022, well, the first 4 months of 2022, there was the Ronin network heist for over 625 million, Rari Capital and Fei Protocol, 80 million, Wormhole, 325 million, Qubit Protocol, another 80 million, IRA Financial through Gemini, 36 million, Beanstalk Stablecoin, 182 million, Cash.io Stablecoin, 52 million, Deuce Finance hacked twice in 2 months for 3 and then 13 million, 134 Bored Ape NFTs at their peak floor price worth over $150,000 each, roughly, so 23 million, and Crypto.com for 35 million. That's a lot of numbers and random stats, I know, but in just 4 months, there were 11 hacks with combined losses of nearly $1.5 billion. And that's just 4 months of 1 year, where multiple of those hacks would be in the top 10 bank robberies of all time. If you expand the parameters, the picture becomes absolutely absurd. Removing Mt. Gox from the equation here, with today's value being in excess of $16 billion, from 2018 to 2022, a 4-year time frame, even just the top 4 crypto hacks combined were approaching $2 billion stolen. What's more, hackers, exploits, and security breaches are just one aspect of loss, right? That's a wide-ranging word. If we once again expand our analysis outward, you can see a whole new world of absurdity. Let's get some context again. Lehman Brothers, partially responsible for sparking the 2008 American financial crisis, lost $3.9 billion in the third quarter of 2008, shortly before it declared bankruptcy. This had major ramifications on a national, even global scale. But let's compare that to crypto. Three Arrows Capital, crypto hedge fund, from 10 billion to 0. Terra Luna, $40 billion wipeout. It's one of the largest stablecoins in all of crypto. When Tether goes, that's going to make it look like child's play. Celsius Network, Chapter 11 bankruptcy with a $1.2 billion hole in its balance sheet. And all of this was in a 3-month period from May to July of 2022. The future of finance has seen monetary disaster on a scale that even sovereign dictators cannot rival. Financial crisis on a national scale in America was partially sparked by fiscal fuck-ups 10 times smaller than what we see in the crypto industry, and yet this is the technology we are hailing as the future of our monetary system. Let's take a different approach. I've talked about this before, but there is a ludicrous idea that Bitcoin and crypto will help end global poverty. Nope. Turns out that Bitcoin has a Gini coefficient, a mechanism to measure income and wealth inequality, higher than the command economy of North Korea. Crypto has larger income and wealth disparity than any nation on Earth, by far. It has more wealth concentration and extraction of capital from poor to rich than any other financial market in all of history. But again, it's the future of finance, so why should we care? How about this one? Bitcoin is a hedge against inflation, and Bitcoin is not correlated to traditional market conditions. Nope again. Bitcoin and other major tokens absolutely are now correlated to traditional market conditions, like job reports in America, for example. And it's a great hedge against inflation when your investment is depreciating by massive percentages, while the money you invested in the first place is losing value. How about a more recent example, though? Technology moves fast, it's a budding industry. I have to cut them some slack, right? Okay, I will. Early October of 2022, the BNB chain, Binance chain, was hacked for $566 million. Okay, just another hack, what does it matter? And actually the amount was a lot less, only about $100 million actually got stolen off of the chain. So what? Well, they had to shut down the entire chain in order to try and minimize damage, because someone found an exploit. I kid you not. When was the last time you heard about an exploit that caused all of, I don't know, Bank of America to just go offline? There is this myth that crypto is decentralized. Wrong for a third time. Centralized companies shutting down the entire chain or making augmentation is completely normal. We'll discuss. Celsius Network was telling, as another example, Celsius was telling users to unbank themselves, and then goes belly up with over $1 billion gone as a central entity where users were dumping all of their funds and getting interest. Kind of like a fucking bank, huh? There are highly concentrated epicenters of power and wealth in crypto that serve an identical purpose, exercising identical power when compared to traditional financial institutions. And yet somehow this word decentralized gets regurgitated over and over and over again. It's exhausting. Adding this in postscript, there's a whole other factor where DAOs, DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, are this kind of like vote-based system, but sometimes they vote to the detriment of whatever individual member is subject to that vote or whatever company it is on, I don't know, on a per vote basis. So you have this decentralized thing where this group of people are having votes and then determining what will happen to the other people. It sounds kind of like you have the board of a company that's not decentralized that makes votes about what happens to other people that are affiliated with the company. It's like every single concept in crypto is this twisted backwards doublespeak where they think that they're saying something that they're not saying and think that it's going to revolutionize something that it's not going to revolutionize. Anyway, the final myth that I want to delve into is anonymity and security. Hopefully we have fully torn down the idea that anything in crypto is actually secure, because there have been more breaches and stolen funds than any other industry by far in a comparable time frame. Also, $14 billion has been stolen by crypto scammers in 2021, which stacks up against $5.8 billion reported to the FTC in that same year, meaning that crypto has surpassed FTC reporting for a fiscal year of scamming by well over double. So that's fun. But anyways, the second pillar of anonymity is also a lie. Bitcoin transactions can be traced. US authorities have actually caught bad actors responsible for hacks and heists on multiple occasions, and the process of tracking user activity becomes exponentially easier as soon as you use one of the centralized tokens or protocols, which is basically all of them. Tracked by a centralized company, which is governed by sovereign laws and subject to imprisonment, sanction, or fines just like any other business entity, crypto users spout these buzzwords like anonymity and security that simply could not be any further from the truth. The future of finance seems to be something that is less secure and more prone to frequent large-scale breaches, hacks, heists, and chronic and extremely high-profile bankruptcies to the tune of billions or tens of billions lost, with all the traditional drawbacks of centralized control. They even have a brand new type of vulnerability, demonstrated by the nearly $200 million Nomad hack. Yeah, I forgot about that one. There are just too many to count. Nomad, a cross-chain messaging protocol, or bridge, got hacked in what is probably one of the only real examples of decentralized activity in the entire crypto space. A vulnerability was found, and then multiple people began just taking out the money. It was like one of the videos where you have 10 people just looting the store nonstop, but it was tens of millions of dollars of other people's money. Imagine if you stuck your money in like a Chase bank, and then one day 50 people figured out how to steal all of it in under an hour from all over the world, and you can't get it back or be compensated because you don't have any of the necessary protections that are given to actual legitimate financial institutions. Does that sound like a real future? Does that sound like the solution to our broken monetary system? Or does it sound like a bad joke driven by greed and FOMO that has now given way to complete control from established financial entities or institutions who abuse it worse than any other market on Earth? Crypto is not the future of finance. It is the future of hardship and losses. It's the future of colossal failure. And it's the future, for all too many people, of bankruptcy. You should treat this entire industry with more skepticism and aversion than almost any other market in the world, and even then, it probably wouldn't be enough. Bottom line, and I know that this video will have numerous rage comments, "You just don't understand the future," but I don't care. Bottom line, the hilarity of thinking that cryptocurrency is the future of finance is a joke to be laughed at, and a belief to be ridiculed. Let's do some of that. The closest it will get is a blockchain-based, highly controlled token from existing banks or a nation's government. They will use it the way that they already use current financial infrastructure, and it will be rolled into the existing foundation as nothing more than a minor blip on the radar. In essence, it will be nothing other than a slight augmentation on how the current financial system operates. Nothing more. That's it. If you want to support, there are links down below, alternate platforms, locals, and Patreon to support with your money. I don't really...
Is the door to Iron Man totally closed? Because I don't believe it is. Oh, you guys can go through time now. You can go. There was, you already opened up that door.
Let me ask you the question. If I pick the jersey back up and put it on, wouldn't you feel a little bit like, oh?
No.
Oh.
Here's what I say. They go through a few semi-lackluster Avengers movies without you.
homoerotic.com.
In my last Disney Marvel video, I may have alluded to the fact that the subsidiary of Disney should be in panic mode because it's doomed. Well, things have gotten worse. Don't believe me? Let's just see what's happened in the last month.
Okay, yes! I wasn't super into superhero comics when I was a kid. I read a lot of like indie press stuff. Because most superhero comics, like, you know, have the same kind of rhythm, you know, you kind of get fatigued from like the drama of it all, you know, the high stakes, and a lot of it are very tortured stories, you know.
Is Steve Rogers, in fact, still a virgin?
We wondered so much about it as writers that we put it in so many more episodes than we had to pull back from it. But
Did you see that ass? Like, that ass deserved to die. It's like so...
like us, she was like, he's so hot, it would be such a waste if he left this earth having never enjoyed sex.
Flick too hard, damn it!
There has been critique that, like, the body is not muscular. And to me, I kind of find that to be an interesting conversation to have.
No! God, please, no! No!
There's only one Megan Thee Stallion.
This is a very special show. Please welcome the incredible cast of Echo. Alakwa Cox, who you first appeared in Hawkeye. Now you've just wrapped starring in your own show. How does it feel?
Oh my gosh. What a journey this has been. This is only my second role I've ever had, and now I've become a lead. It's just so crazy to me.
I can't hear you!
This is the big finale.
Let's talk about those young fans seeing you on that screen flying. Seeing a black woman flying.
A black chocolate woman with big, kinky, luscious hair.
Sexy chocolat. Sexy chocolat.
It is for young women, for women my age, older women, it is going to be especially encouraging and exciting to have that image, that visual on screen.
She surprised you with any of her knowledge? All the time, every day. Like, I ask her questions all the time. She literally turned to me in the middle of a scene today and said, wait, am I an Avenger? And I was like, free.
I'm also a woman, so I don't have menstruation, and that was also scary to me. I was like, what do I do?
What the f? Originally, this video was planned to be a mid-season review of She-Hulk. Let's check in on that.
This is expanding the definition of what a Marvel Studios production can do. The last couple of episodes have been absolute bangers. We went looking at shoes, shopping for outfits that we never saw put on, and puked at a wedding. Certainly sounds like a show written by wine moms who don't know anything about the law or superheroes.
You know, in the Marvel movies, we get to see a lot of high stakes events. You know, the universe is going to end. Everyone in existence is going to go away. But what happens between those events? What happens on a regular Tuesday when you just have to do laundry? That's really kind of the slice of life that this show kind of explores. Which we knew is what the MCU fans were screaming for.
But you know who we haven't heard from in quite a long time? My girl Brie Larson at D23. Let's see what she's got to say.
How long will you play Captain Marvel?
Anyone want me to do it again?
Tomato.
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't have the answer to that.
Aside from the fact that I have an answer for her, no. Maybe she's upset about the fan response to Captain Marvel. Maybe she's upset about getting demoted in her own sequel. Or maybe she's upset about the lack of a crowd that showed up to see her at D23, and this is 2 minutes before she showed up. Or maybe she's upset about all of it. The previous Disney Marvel D+ series, Miss Marvel, debuted number 10 on the streaming list and then disappeared. She-Hulk wasn't even on it, and D23 pissed off the most shill of shills. The MCU Phase 4, which we will now call Stage 4, has not been doing very well, and everything we have witnessed has been diminishing returns. This is an intellectual property in entropy. Outside of Spider-Man No Way Home, absolutely nothing we have seen is indicative of a healthy franchise. By the way, has anybody brought up the giant celestial hand that's been sticking out of the ocean?
Nah, it'll be fine.
This isn't even indicative of a franchise that's in trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, Marvel is dying. But wait a minute, I was always told that the next Disney Marvel thing is the best Disney Marvel thing. Doctor Strange Mom failed to capture the momentum from Spider-Man No Way Home. Thor Love and Thunder was a massive disappointment, and now your latest Disney Plus series is a complete disaster. Look at that Rotten Tomatoes score. Look at that IMDb score. Look at that Metacritic score. And we'll get back to those in just a moment. But not to worry, Disney Marvel. Your champion has arrived. Scotty Cuties fan Mendelson.
So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband.
Who admits that Disney Marvel has a problem. One similar to DC for some reason. And, spoilers, it's your fault. Fan expectations. So Scotty's take here is those films were doing fine, and he went ahead and compared them to older films, but then excluded Captain Marvel and Black Panther.
I'm sorry, I think Captain Marvel's a fine movie. I think Black Panther's terrific, but the fact that those films vastly underperformed right before, at the end of Phase 3, I think it set unrealistic expectations for what a non-event Marvel movie's supposed to do.
I will absolutely agree that Captain Marvel overperformed based on being placed between two of the most anticipated sequels of all time, and Black Panther being a product of the single greatest marketing campaign of all time. Scotty works for Forbes, so I think he would know that profitability is what matters. It's not the box office total. So we'll just go to Thor. Thor Ragnarok was released in November of 2017. It cost $180 million to make, and it made $850 million plus worldwide. It has a domestic total, adjusted for inflation, of $322 million, compared to Thor Love and Thunder's $343 million domestic, with a $750 million plus global take. Here's the problem. It costs $250 million to make. Also, tickets are more expensive now than they were in 2017. You're charging fewer people more money to see your film with less profitability. Let's not forget those marketing costs that, in this case, can surpass doubling the budget of the film. And let's also not forget there's no Russia or China. Diminishing returns. But comparing Thor Ragnarok and Doctor Strange Mom, the Joker is just asinine. The same Joker that made over $1 billion worldwide without China and cost $56 million to make. Again, I will agree with you, Scott. Black Panther and Captain Marvel overperformed, and that created expectations, and you have blamed it on the fans, but I will blame it on the investors and the people who work at Disney, because they're the ones who have the higher expectations, and they're the ones who are quietly very disappointed with the diminishing return. Films can be hurt by the previous film in the franchise. For example, The Last Jedi directly affected Solo, hashtag Solo lost money, and a more recent example, Doctor Strange Mom directly affected Thor Love and Thunder. Why? Because both films were pieces of crap. Speaking of pieces of crap, I would just like to give Disney a little credit. I think you have cured sexism. The all-female writing staff for She-Hulk has proven that women can make shit. We have achieved equality. I don't know, maybe you should have hired a couple of men, considering that the She-Hulk comic book was eventually successful based on the 95% male audience that read it. So let me get this straight. We decided to base a television show on a She-Hulk comic that was largely read by a male audience. You decided to hire all-female writers who didn't read that comic book. On top of that, you decided to not base your TV show on the comic book, but base it on two legal shows, The Practice and Ally McBeal. Turns out that very same all-female writing staff that you hired didn't know jack about the law either. I can't imagine why this is failing. As I mentioned earlier, it didn't even appear in the Nielsen Top 10. That's something even Miss Marvel managed to do at number 10. That seems to fit right in with the D+ pattern, starting a show at varying degrees of mediocre to crap and ending like crap. Maybe it has something to do with how things are done over there at Disney Marvel, particularly with D+. I talked about this on Friday Night Tights 2 weeks ago, and the great Critical Drinker tweeted this out. Apologies, I'm going to have to read this sober, buddy. So apparently, She-Hulk was supposed to release before Miss Marvel, but the first cut was so monumentally shit that they had to swap them around to allow for emergency reshoots. Think about that. What we're seeing now is the improved version. I believe I can get you a clip. The show was in bad shape. Really, really bad. Aside from Disney Marvel being your basic bitch corporate woke disaster, they also just don't know how to make television. I think by accident they would get something right.
I do think the TV shows on Disney Plus are potentially watering down the specialness of the brand. But the good news is the amount of people watching the movies versus still a lot more than the people watching the shows.
I don't know if I agree that it could potentially dilute the MCU. I think it is, although it's just diluting sewage. Again, even the show's champions and the shills, sometimes one and the same, are turning on this, and the audience agrees. 5 out of 10 on IMDb for a Disney Marvel show. 3.2 on Metacritic for a Disney Marvel show, and 38% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. As per usual, we'll just start with the latest review from 2 hours ago. Glenn S. for 1.5 stars. This show is a stinker. People keep saying that it's supposed to be a comedy, but it's not Parks and Rec or Modern Family. Sure isn't. Not enough laughs. Actually, no laughs. Just a groan or two. I read the She-Hulk comic book back in the day, and it was more like Deadpool with lots of action and humor. I also watched 5 episodes so far, and I think I will just read the recaps for the rest of them and maybe the finale. So disappointed. From 2 hours ago, 5 stars. As a lifelong comic junkie and sitcom lover, this is fantastic. I love it. Linda C., lifelong comic junkie. From 2 hours ago, CP for 1/2 star. The first episode was questionable, but tolerable. From there, it's gotten way worse. From 3 hours ago, from Yo Why, 1.5 stars, 30 out of 100. That's a very strange score. Maybe you mean 3 out of 10? Same thing. What is this? It's garbage. Thunderstorm G for 1/2 star from 4 hours ago. At time of recording, trust me, if I could give it a 0, I would. The show is the most exhilaratingly annoying show to ever exist. She-Hulk does nothing right. They mock Banner's emotional arc. True. The humor isn't funny. Really true. And it doesn't help that the CGI looks like it's from Mario Kart 64. That seems to be insulting Mario Kart 64, to be honest with you. Hulk seems to be downgraded, and She-Hulk's law arc writing is laughable. It feels like a 5-year-old wrote every single scene involving law because it doesn't make any sense. It's like this movie doesn't care, and as Marvel pumps out more and more products, you can tell they don't care. They don't. Carl B. for 1 star. Wow. Lost for words. It just sucks. I seem to have found some there. Caleb for 1/2 star. Congratulations, Marvel. This is your first product that is completely without redeeming qualities. I don't know about that. I'm actually impressed at how bad this is. I'm going to have to disagree with you, Caleb. I think it's just the latest product that is completely without redeeming qualities, and it has supplanted Hawkeye as the worst thing D+ has produced. Renee L. 1/2 star. Every time I think this show can't get any lower, they surprise me. I'm out. James S. 1.5 stars. I went down a She-Hulk rabbit hole 1 year after getting the first issue from my college comic shop, and I love the character and the backstory she had. The show has very little to none of the things I loved about the character. The show has some quirky charm to it. I don't know about that. Having cute moments, not really, when Jen has to balance out her normal life and hero life. What hero life? And now they often cross over with one another. But this show has none of the soul from the comic book, and that's a huge disappointment. Yeah, when you can't equal the soul and heart of a 2-dimensional static character in a comic book in a live-action TV show, you suck. I watched everything up to date so far, and I hope the show can change my mind, and if it does, I'll change my score. But right now, the show is a dud. And we'll end it with Race 4 with 1/2 star. Marvel has failed again with this show. They made an unlikable, annoying protagonist, and every episode is boring. The people have spoken loudly, but you know what the ultimate failure is? Trying to mock you and I in the show. Not once, but twice.
They took the Hulk manhood away, but then they gave it to a woman? I don't get it. What are you doing?
I have no problem with female heroes. I'm just saying, make your own. I know that's all, but I'd smash.
What is this?
Is there anything more cringe than corporate memes? And the saddest part is, this was the one time I laughed at the show, unintentionally. Attacking and mocking
your core audience.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Again, the insanity of attacking your core paying customer when all it would do to take to please us would be maybe instead of thinking about us and having YouTubers in your head, maybe try just to adapt the comic book. But if you needed proof that they've always hated nerds and they still hate nerds, there it is. And you know why they thoroughly dislike the comic book fan? Because they think we make them look bad because they don't take it seriously. They think it's silly, and we don't. But the ultimate truth is they make themselves look bad. And particularly with She-Hulk, they have to live with one undeniable truth. The MCU is killing the MCU, and things have gotten so bad with the core Disney Marvel that they need the Fox X-Men to save them.
Hey, Hugh, you want to play Wolverine one more time?
Yeah, sure, Ryan.
Deadpool 3 was announced today with Ryan Reynolds joining Hugh Jackman, who's returning as Wolverine, and that is exciting news. Almost, but not quite as exciting as Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire going back to Spider-Man. And how did that help the rest of Marvel Stage 4? It made it look worse. Again, it's a brilliant move. Is it a sign of things changing, or is it the equivalent of the Rolling Stones announcing another tour and expecting that to save the music industry? Time will tell. And before you get too excited, we still need that Fantastic Four and X-Men casting. If you like what you heard, please like, share, and subscribe. If you didn't like what you heard, I thank you for listening this long. I will see you in the next video.
Nerderotic.com. Please subscribe.
Riot is finally nerfing Lethal Tempo. Lethal Tempo is actually one of the most popular runes at the moment. In fact, this rune page right here is actually the third most popular overall with a 10.1% pick rate across the game. Lethal Tempo's bonus attack range for ranged champions is being reduced from 75 to 50, so basically the same as melee. We have some more changes though. Steric's gauge is getting buffed. The shield duration is increased from 3.75 seconds to 4.5, the shield is being increased from 75% bonus HP to 80%, and the base AD to bonus AD is being increased by 5%. We also have some Ravenous Hydra changes. The AD per stack is being increased from 0.5 to 0.6, the max stacks is going from 50 to 40, the max AD is being reduced by 1, and the max Omnivamp is also being reduced by 1%. Let me know what you think of these changes in the comments below. As always, thanks for watching, don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video.
Magic damage. It's such a basic concept that most players don't even think about it after they learn which champions deal which damage type. After all, what is there to even think about? Magic damage is just damage that gets reduced by magic resistance. Simple. But if you've ever watched a professional game and been confused about why they didn't draft an obvious AP counterpick to an enemy laner, or if you've ever had a Fiddlesticks player complain at you in solo queue for locking in a mage, you might have realized that there's depth behind such a simple concept. In this video, we're going to be exploring the solo AP problem, investigating why certain champions need to be the sole magic damage on their team, and how MR itemization has shaped the way we draft magic damage. It's often said that a full AP team is significantly weaker than a full AD team, but why exactly is that? Well, it's a combination of systemic elements and champion design tendencies. AP champions typically deal more burst damage than their AD counterparts. Since most AP champions can't rely on their auto attacks, they tend to run out of damage in a fight. Combined with access to fewer penetration items than AD casters, and the fact that a select few MR options in this game have very effective defensive passives, you'll find that magic damage champions are on average more affected by 1 point of MR than physical damage champions are by a point of armor. This is the core premise of the solo AP problem. Since some champions in this game have their output dramatically reduced by magic resistance, we want to decentivize the enemy from stacking MR with either enough physical threats to punish the enemy for countering only one champion, or by drafting item-specific counterplay. Our goal with this study is to identify which champions have solo AP requirements, how to... Our goal with one champion or by drafting item-specific counterplay. Our goal with this study is to identify which champions have solo AP requirements, how to draft around those restrictions, and when we can break the solo AP rules. But to do so, we need to look at a few critical concepts. First, we're going to be looking at MR itemization and how to discourage it. Then, we're going to figure out what qualities make a solo AP champion and start sorting our magic damage dealers. After that, we'll be taking a look at the influence of the jungle role on magic damage before bringing it back to some practical itemization, touching on rigid build paths and when champions can be reasonably expected to build MR. After that, we'll have a good understanding of when solo AP conditions can be broken, and we'll see some example drafts from pro play. Now obviously, the champions labeled as solo AP champions are not the only magic damage dealers that can be majorly impacted by MR. This means we need to draft with awareness of which MR options are available to the enemy and which we've disincentivized from our draft before we can generally think about drafting a second magic damage dealer. So even though I'm about to talk about the state of MR on patch 12.17 for the rest of this video, think to yourself about which MR options are strong on your current patch and how you can beat them. On screen now is every pure magic resist item on patch 12.17. Taking a look at their current state, 4 immediately stand out as our biggest problems. Force of Nature has incredible value for any tank or bruiser incentivized to purchase it, and worse, can even be grabbed by squishies near the end of the game if magic damage is their only major concern. Maw of Malmortius is grossly effective anti-burst that can be purchased relatively early in the game as Hex Drinker. Mercury Treads can be purchased by anyone, and probably will be if your team's CC profile is mainly stuns and roots. And Mikhail's Blessing has a shockingly high MR value for an item intended for squishy enchanters, making the enchanter harder to kill and their carry harder to lock down. These items are relatively common and do not have trivial counterplay, so we must always consider them in draft. The other options are more situational. Wit's End is only purchasable by certain attack speed carries, but is effective and easy to purchase second on those carries. Banshee's Veil has very easy counterplay. As long as you draft something that can poke it off with little risk, mages can't justify building it. Mages are the most vulnerable class to magic damage. Spirit Visage is not often a concern, but you should be concerned about it when you spot a Drain Tank Bruiser like Aatrox or a pure healing enchanter like Soraka or Yuumi. Abyssal Mask is the most niche possible item. You'll only need to consider its value if both teams have drafted too much magic damage. Finally, Quicksilver Sash is only a concern if you have some key, non-cleansable CC. No one will willingly deviate from their core items to pick this up unless it's absolutely essential. Of these options, Banshees is the item that will take the most thought in your draft because intentionally countering it is most likely to open more opportunities for drafting magic damage. Generally speaking, champions aren't going to prioritize pure magic resistance unless magic damage is their biggest problem, or the magic resist item gives them an extremely valuable effect. For most of our problem items, like Force of Nature and Maw of Malmortius, that's great news. This means that unless a durable top laner is laning against a magic damage dealer, having strong physical damage dealers will discourage early purchases of these items. A strong marksman means we're more likely to see Frozen Heart or Death Stamp instead. However, item effects can be a problem. Fortunately for magic damage dealers, Spirit Visage is in a state in which even Aatrox might prefer other options for most of the game, but Mikhail's and especially Merc Treads are problematic. Sure, Merc Treads don't grant a lot of magic resist, but this still means that in order to best enable our solo AP champions, we also need to watch our CC profile. We can't always guarantee that we're drafting predominantly knockups, but it does help. Now, it's time to identify our solo AP carries. Every magic damage dealer in the game appreciates being the only source of magic damage on their team. Obviously, if the enemy won't build MR, any mage will be happy about that. This also means that even if a magical carry isn't labeled a solo AP champ, sometimes they should be the only magic damage on their team. It's a nuanced thing and we'll see examples later. Not being labeled a solo AP champion just means that it's sometimes okay to double up on magic damage with these champions. If you remember how I introduced the problem, I talked about how magic damage champions are generally more affected by MR than physical damage champions are by armor, because they tend to run out of damage. In that case, any champion that deals sustained magic damage should be the exception to this rule, so our magical DPS champions such as Gwen, Kayle, Cassiopeia, Lilia, Talia, Kog'Maw, Ziggs, and Corki are rarely bothered by a secondary magic damage dealer on their team because they can deal with magic resistance. The same goes for our magic-leaning hybrids such as Warwick, Volibear, Udyr, Varus, or Zeri. These are the champions that are mostly unaffected by the damage spread of their teammates, but they can still cause problems for their teammates. There's also a collection of champions that, despite dealing magic damage, rarely if ever cause MR problems for your magical carries. For instance, I almost never factor the damage type of my true tanks into my team's damage spread. Their primary output isn't damage, and the small amounts of damage they deal isn't going to outweigh the pressure that a marksman exerts on defensive itemization. So as long as the magical tanks like Cho'Gath, Zac, Gragas, Maokai, Leona, and Sejuani aren't opting into bruiser itemization, they're not incentivizing magic resist. The same goes for magical utility champions. Seraphine, Bard, Soraka, Twisted Fate, Ivern, Tank Rise, Zillion, and arguably Galio in some spots all only deal enough damage to clear waves or to be a supplement to their teammates. Again, their primary output isn't damage, so they're not forcing the enemy to build MR. Lastly, some champions have versatile build paths and can choose to deal either mainly magic or mainly physical damage. Examples are Shyvana, Twitch, and Shaco. As long as you're drafting these champions in a role in which they still have a choice in which build to go, they should never cause problems for your magic damage dealers. So categorizing all of these champions leaves us with a list of most mages and magical assassins alongside some AP bruisers, all of which are meaningfully affected by MR. So to figure out which of these champions truly cannot beat a Hex Drinker and need a team full of physical damage dealers to counter anyone brave enough to purchase it, let's compare two extremes, Fiddlesticks and Orianna. Fiddlesticks is a champion who relies entirely on setting up and gaining high value from his very committal ultimate. His ultimate is almost his entire output as a champion, and if it's not getting value, Fiddlesticks is not getting value. He will just be killed. Compare that to Orianna, a mage who is capable of bursting down entire teams, but who contributes more outside of that. Her damage output is spread across multiple abilities, and yes, much of it is in her W and R, but she is expected to cast W several times in a fight. If Orianna is forced to hit a beefy frontline, she can opt into Liandry's and play around her Q. Her output includes heavy utility, CC from R, speed and slows from W, shields from E. Orianna clearly loses value from magic resistance, but not all of it. She can tolerate a one-champion frontline with some magic resistance, so she can sometimes be played alongside a secondary magic damage dealer. As demonstrated by Fiddlesticks, the champions we label as solo AP carries are champions whose output is predominantly tied to a single moment, usually but not always an ultimate, especially if that moment is very committal. These are champions that get one window to kill someone, and if their primary squishy target can justify an early Hex Drinker, that shuts these champions down almost completely. My current conservative list includes Diana, Elise, Evelynn, Fiddlesticks, Fizz, Katarina, Nidalee, Syndra, Veigar, and Vex. Of course, now that my list is revealed, it's worth touching on why some champions are on the list and others aren't. Syndra and Vex have been seen in pro play alongside another magic damage dealer, but I don't think this can ever be correct. Sure, Vex has minor utility throughout a fight, and you can argue that much of Syndra's output is her early game setup, but ultimately both of these champions boil down to 100-0 with their ultimates, and both are already not great at doing that without magic resistance. Nidalee is here because although she can fish for her moment with her spears, she's on a timer to stay ahead, she can afford almost 0 mistakes, and when her spear does land, her assassination must work against a squishy target. Veigar is a special case. Yes, his cooldowns are low enough and his utility is strong enough that he could theoretically play out a fight against magic resistance, but Merc Treads are extraordinarily effective against Veigar and heavily disrupt his combos, so you must disincentivize them at all costs. And if there's excessive magic resistance in the game, then Veigar is forced to purchase M-Pen instead of effective HP, which he prefers. Now he can't even counter Merc Treads with Anathema's Chains. Alternate builds and playstyles can keep a champion off the solo AP list. Annie avoids the placement here because her Bruiser Tibbers builds and natural utility can situationally give her value. Diana is almost always on the solo AP list because she's usually optimized around her ultimate, but certain metas that emphasize her attack speed, stickiness, or durability can take her off temporarily. Some champions avoid a placement on the solo AP list because of their presence before teamfights. LeBlanc does struggle into MR, but she's unique among assassins for having a non-committal poke pattern and strong utility, so she can play for attrition against the backline. Zoe has the means to bypass the front line. She's fishing entirely for the squishies and achieves her purpose even if they survive on 1 HP. Some champions who look like they should be classified as solo AP champions aren't because they can bypass the champions capable of building MR, provided that the MR options of their core targets have been beaten. Echo just needs 1 or 2 targets, and he's still providing stun coverage for his fellow divers against the more durable foes. Kennen looks like he really should be a solo AP champion, and frankly, when he's in a weak state, he does make the list. He's basically honest Fiddlesticks. So why is he allowed to see play in double AP drafts when Fiddlesticks isn't? Well, it's his role. As a top laner, he has greater access to flanks from the side lane and from teleport. His income is higher, so he's better at counteracting small amounts of MR. He can more reliably reach the targets who cannot build magic resist. A similar but different problem is the weird case of Karthus, who in some drafts is a short-ranged, sustained damage monster, but who in others has his value completely linked to his ultimate, which would classify him as a solo AP carry. You'll notice, in most cases in which Karthus does find consistent Q value, he's a laner. Kennen, Fiddlesticks, and Karthus introduce us to some of the problems imposed by the jungle role. Jungle's problems are twofold. First, as an AP jungler, your output is predominantly damage, so you're expected to carry. But you're not given the same amount of resources as a laner. Even though some AP junglers do have similar access to raw pen as laners, they just don't get as many items. So if they need to do more damage with fewer items, it's even more important that the enemy isn't incentivized to build magic resistance. Jungle Karthus doesn't have as many opportunities to trade with his Q and relies on his ult dealing big damage. Jungle Gragas needs his full burst combo to hurt. This is another major reason why Nidalee makes it onto my solo AP list. Lilia and sometimes Talia are the only 2 AP junglers who avoid this problem, since both have strong utility and magical DPS. Second, much of the standard jungle pool includes low-income bruisers like Trundle, Viego, Xinjiao, Wukong, Jarvan, and Poppy. Since these champions are only expecting to have 2 items, their second is almost always a defensive item, and these are some of the best users of Force of Nature and Maw of Malmortius. Junglers are both more harmed by magic resistance and tend to be able to purchase it more easily than any other role. I'm a huge support mage enthusiast, so it's worth touching on the support goal. Viable support mages either have heavy utility in their kit, or are first strike users, allowing them to rush towards their mythic, which is the only item they need. Because they're not expected to carry the same way as AP junglers, they never need to be solo AP carries, though champions like Brand, Rumble, and Karthus might still appreciate it. That said, they're also the most likely to impose problems on a core AP carry's damage because they do always boost enemy MR value. I will always advocate for support mage viability, but I will also be the first to warn players to lock them in responsibly. Obviously, not a single thing I said in this entire video matters if no one on the enemy team can build magic resistance. So let's bring this back together by looking at some practical itemization. In the early game, champions are going to be focused on itemizing against their direct opponent where possible, which may influence their boot choice. Play top lane for one game, and just watch how eager those players are to rush Merc Treads, Negatron Cloak, or Hex Drinker. Worse, true split pushers are only ever itemizing against champions they expect to be interacting with. This can cause problems if you have both a magical top laner and jungler. Pure tanks will build unavoidable magic resistance. It's in their mythics and they cannot choose to skip it. But many of the champions with the luxury to build early defenses are top laners in lane and junglers on second item. There are a few exceptions, of course, squishier champions with access to early Banshees, Mikaels, Hex Drinker, or Wit's End, but crit ADCs need their Infinity Edge spike, so Hex Drinker or QSS justification has to be really strong to be pouring into it. Tank supports usually can't become truly tanky because they can only afford one item, and there has to be a magical ADC to create a rare situation in which Negatron Rush is worth it over Locket. As mentioned, mages can lose access to their Banshees against champions that naturally beat it, and any random champion can just have a rigid 2-item core that they should rarely, if ever, deviate from. Sometimes, early MR isn't an option. The general problem is in the late game, when everyone's core items are online and you start having Maniac endgame marksmen with the option to build Force of Nature. So practical itemization has two implications. First, the squishier the enemy team comp is, the less access to MR they have, and the more reasonable it is to draft multiple magic damage dealers. Second, if the average squishy can't build MR until late, then true aggro comps don't always have to care about their damage spread. So the question of when we're allowed to break solo AP conditions has two answers. First, if it is absolutely guaranteed that the enemy cannot build pure magic resistance within the first 30 minutes of the game, then a champion that should be solo AP can be paired with a second magic damage dealer. Second, there is a hyper niche situation in which solo AP champions can be paired with Corki or Kog'Maw, two champions with abilities that shred a percentage of magic resistance without incentivizing it themselves. If and only if either Corki can safely stand in range of key targets with Gatling Gun active, or the enemy relies on one key carry that is expected to be reachable by Kog'Maw's Caustic Spittle, then those two champions can break someone's solo AP condition. This begs the question, what's even the point of the solo AP list? If there are situations in which we can break solo AP conditions, and situations in which generalist magic damage dealers should be the only magic damage, then why even make the distinction? And that's a very valid question because it does feel a bit arbitrary. Really, I could make an argument for Kennen, Echo, and Annie all making the list even though I argued against them earlier. I could also make the argument that no one belongs on the list because every champion will have an edge case. The lines are blurry. I did say this was a nuanced thing after all. Ultimately, the point of the list is to help guide our decision making. It's a tool to reduce our mental overhead in drafts, not gospel. If you draft a champion on the solo AP list, you must acknowledge that it's unlikely you'll find a spot in which you can draft more magic damage, and you'll generally stop considering those options unless something happens in the enemy draft. That's all. So if you find the solo AP list useful, use it. If you find it confusing and you'd rather internalize the concepts of the jungle role restrictions, of magic resist itemization, and of finding value from committal champions without it, that's fine too. I personally learned a lot about draft nuances by trying to rationalize who makes the list and who doesn't. The underlying concepts don't change, it's just that a simple model can never capture the full complexity of a game like League of Legends. Now that we have the fundamentals down, it's finally time to show some professional examples of drafting around magic damage. We'll start with a successful solo AP draft from the VCS Summer 2022, Week 3, Day 4, GAM Esports vs Team Secret, Game 1. Speeding through the first round, GAM opened with B1 Zeri, TS respond with Nocturne and a Denial of Yuumi, and GAM take Karthus Nautilus. To simplify this example, we won't even consider Karthus' flex potential. It's Levi, it's going jungle, so it's a solo AP champion. From this spot, Gam already know they are very unlikely to have access to more magic damage. Although Nautilus is a good complement to Karthus as he beats Merc Treads, Karthus already has to play around Nocturne's Spell Shield, so Hexdrinker must be disincentivized or it becomes overwhelming. And Gam already have Zeri, who on this patch deals about 40% magic damage. Not enough to invalidate Karthus because you don't itemize MR against only Zeri, but enough to be a risk later in the draft. By the time Gam's final picks come around, TS have Twitch and Talia, the former with no early MR options, and the latter with a Banshee's Veil option that can be beaten through a good Zeri W or right click. With TS's top laner still up for grabs and 0 tank bans, Gam are not allowed to draft a mage. Instead, they close with Tristana mid and Gnar, and are responded to with Irelia. Had Gam not drafted around their solo AP conditions, this volatile draft could have been even harder to play. Karthus already has low setup and T cooldowns to play around, so imagine what happens if Irelia has access to early MR and her W. The LCK have been fans of double AP solo lanes this season, so let's see how they make these work, using DRX versus Live Sandbox Game 2. And to speed things up, we're going straight to the draft state on R4. LSB have just drafted Ahri beside their magical DPS of Kog'Maw into DRX's bot, top, and jungle. Two of those picks still have good MR options, but Ahri provides primarily wave clear and catch potential for Kog'Maw or Wukong, so she doesn't care too much about the frontline's MR. And DRX's remaining picks are for their support and mid. Galio doesn't have his core synergies in DRX's draft, and even in the absolute worst case that Ahri is laning against a Negatron Russian tank like Ornn, she isn't the primary win condition, and Kog'Maw's damage isn't hugely affected. So Ahri and Kog'Maw both maintain reasonable output in this draft. DRX, meanwhile, are approaching the upper limit of magic damage dealers with 2 champions remaining. DRX have a sustained damage top laner in Gwen and a physical-leaning hybrid in Zeri, neither of which are crippled by Sandbox's remaining MR options. Observe that while Trundle and Zeri lock jungle Wukong out of his MR, Sandbox's top laner is guaranteed to itemize against Gwen, and their bot lane have reasonable early MR options, including the threat of a Lulu's Mikhail's rush. DRX already have champions that can hit the front line, so as long as they don't draft a champion that loses the back line's remaining options, and they play to generate a lead for Zeri, they could draft more magic damage. Picking Lissandra, whose primary output is CC with supplemental damage, is therefore fine for their damage spread, even though everyone on Sandbox should now be building Merc Treads, which the Rakan is intended to counter, as Nautilus is not available. I think the potential problem with DRX's draft should be clear. A Cog Lulu with all cooldowns shouldn't be threatened by the sequence of Lissandra, Rakan, and Trundle Pillar, but burning just one cooldown makes fights very playable. DRX have basically as much magic damage as you can possibly squeeze into a team comp, and they don't beat all MR options, but the specific champions they have are functional despite that. Here's one of the first drafts I really dug into when I first started researching this topic. EG versus G2 at MSI 2022's group stage, Day 5, Game 1. EG opens with a B1 Twisted Fate, G2 immediately responds with a Diana-Yasuo combo, Diana of course being one of our typical solo AP junglers. Note that TF has no real MR itemization that works into this difficult matchup. Next, Evil Geniuses lock in Gwen and Viego on B2 and B3. This draft state gives G2 a very unique opportunity. Gwen's Banshee's access is situational, and her Force of Nature and Spirit Visage can only come online late. And Viego's outstanding MR itemization is choked out by the Yasuo. He cannot avoid interaction with Yasuo or G2's future marksman, so he must build that stance. So if EG have locked in 3 squishies as their top, mid, and jungle, that leaves only their bot lane, who are near guaranteed laning against physical damage, and who don't have many champions with legitimate early MR. This means that in this specific draft, Yasuo and G2's future marksmen fully disincentivize MR, allowing G2 to break Diana's solo AP condition with a Vladimir counterpick on R3. The draft resolves with Senna on R4, Jinx and Tahm Kench on B4-B5, and Nautilus on R5. Nautilus obviously isn't the best Senna partner, but we know that Gwen is wanting MR, so Naut answers her Merc Treads. This style of composition, with 2 magical carries and 2 physical carries, is an aggressive style of comp that offers the enemy with no specialized MR or armor options at the cost of low utility. That's probably why G2 opted for Senna here. Ashe's damage is too low to discourage MR itemization on Jinx and Viego, so Senna is the only champion that provides enough physical damage without relying entirely on the support for utility. Finally, for an example of when everything goes wrong, here's another draft from MSI 2022's group stage, RNG versus PSG on Day 5, Game 8. RNG opened with Ahri, which is immediately answered by Vex and Viego. Vex is a solo AP champion. She is completely dependent on her ability to all-in a target post-lane. Importantly, Viego isn't protecting Vex from MR because MSI 2022 Viego is not a meaningful physical DPS threat. He's building Sunderer and prioritizing his ability to survive before resets. RNG bewilderingly drafts Kalista when the enemy has Vex, and then drafts Gwen. Notice from this position that PSG don't beat any MR options. Banshees is still appealing for Ahri into Vex, and RNG haven't yet locked in their jungler. They have a lot of potential bruiser picks at this tournament ready to build Maw immediately. So PSG locking in the Akali response to Gwen is a terrible blunder. Viego is given 2 great reset generators, but they step on each other's toes. How does PSG recover from this? Well, they don't. They take Leona on R4, a champion who heavily encourages Merc Dread purchases. RNG take Nocturne, a great Maw user, and Shen support as a brilliant Leona counterpick, Nocturne synergy, and anti-blow-up tool. The least PSG could do is to end their draft with a physical hypercarry, or at least something that beats Banshee's Veil, but their options are severely limited because they're locked into a single target blow-up comp. This draft is technically salvageable. Jinx synergizes with PSG's compositional style and has Rocket to close Vex's failed kills at the cost of a weaker lane. Draven introduces volatility but has a winning bot matchup and would be a physical reset generator for Viego. Even Misfortune is a possible Hail Mary pick with a hugely winning lane, though she struggles into Nocturne and bails on her team comp style. They end up with Kai'Sa, a champion who would look fine here if she weren't a hybrid with a 40% magic damage split. Kai'Sa's W is far too slow to be a reliable Banshee popper, and not a single MR option for RNG is beaten by PSG's draft. Kai'Sa is going to be fine on damage, but the solo laners are doomed. RNG were already favored to win this game, but their victory was nearly guaranteed by poor awareness of magic damage in draft. PSG have too many champions that lose most of their value. Magic damage in competitive League of Legends has a lot more depth than you would expect, and when I started diving in, I did not anticipate getting myself into a research project that would last several months. But now that we've been over the nitty-gritty details and a variety of different draft scenarios, I hope that we can all appreciate that depth and use it to strengthen our drafts in amateur, flex, and clash play. If you enjoyed this video and the immense effort that went into it, please consider leaving a like, a subscription, or a comment to keep the conversation going. I'll do my best to answer questions either directly in the comments or on my Ko-fi blog.
Today is Monday, the 9th of October. This is a recap for the stock market activities today. And folks, I got a good one for you tonight. Happy Columbus Day or Happy Indigenous Day, whatever floats your boat, doesn't matter to me, so long as you don't mess up with National Donut Day, because that's sacred to me. And let's start by this. You know, they talked about peak inflation. Inflation is going to go down. It used to be transitory, and then it became peaking, and then it's no longer peaking. And apparently this inflation is coming back. stronger, bigger, and better than before. It's being built back better. Because right now, the prices of gas at the pump are rising higher again. And I know that here it says the AAA national average stands at 3.8 bucks a gallon, but this was a few days ago. The number right now stands at 3.90 cents per gallon. But if you thought this is bad, wait till you see the prices we're paying here in the used to be great state of California. Because 3.8 bucks a gallon, that's a deal. That's a steal, actually. If you have any gasoline station here in California selling gas at 3.8 bucks a gallon, you will see the longest line in history waiting to pump gas from this particular gas station. Look at the divergence. We are paying insane prices at the pump here in my beloved state of California. And when we talk about the rate of inflation across the country, well, the rate of inflation is not going to go down if the largest state in the nation is paying these insane prices at the pump. So why is this happening? You might have heard excuses such as, oh, the greedy gasoline station owners, or the greedy oil companies, or supply shocks, or the thing still 2 years later. But in reality, this is the reason why we're paying an arm and a leg at the gas pump in the state of California.
We've never seen the gap between California and the rest of the country this high. While some analysts have pointed to refinery shutdowns contributing to these skyrocketing prices, there are other factors at play, including California's strict environmental laws requiring special summer and winter gas blends, as well as the highest gas taxes in the country, tacking on about $1.40 to every gallon of gas we buy here.
That's a lot of money, and it's way too expensive.
Here's a breakdown of those taxes and fees. For every gallon of gas in California, we pay 54 cents in state excise tax, among the highest in the nation, 18.4 cents in federal excise tax, 23 cents for California's cap and trade program to lower greenhouse gas emissions, 18 cents for the state's low carbon fuel program, 2 cents for underground gas storage fees, as well as an average of 3.7% in state and local sales taxes.
So maybe a rapid way to take inflation down is for our beloved governor, Kim Jong-un Newsom, to get rid of all of these insane regulations and taxes and fees, and that will do the job. But instead, our dear leader here in the state of California, our beloved governor, decided to do something else. Take a look.
Well, check your bank account. The state may have just given you hundreds of dollars. The money is to help people with rising costs from inflation. So who exactly gets it, and how much will it be? KCAL9's Christine Lazar is live in North Hollywood with some answers. Hey, Christine.
Hi, Amy. Well, when you think of inflation, many people think about these gas prices, which you can see here are well above $6 a gallon. But state officials say these refunds aren't just meant to offset the price of gas, also things like groceries, basically anything that has gone up this past year, and that money may already be in your bank account.
$91.95, which is crazy.
It won't bring gas prices down, but it could bring your bank balance up.
Money that I didn't expect always makes a difference.
Look at this guy. He's like, you dummies going to give me free cash? Yeah, I'm taking that. And by the way, later on in the report, they asked the same gentleman, what are you going to do with the money? A few $100 bucks, what are you going to do with it? You know what he said? I'm going to use it to buy gas. So what a genius way to fight inflation. Buy more inflation. Hey folks, here's free money for you. Go ahead and increase the demand at the pump and push these prices higher and higher and higher. And maybe later on we'll give you another stimmy and another one and another one and keep chasing these prices higher and higher and higher. But it's not just the state of California that is contributing to the rise in the rate of inflation across the nation. There's also something else that happened last week. And it builds on this oil war that we're seeing in the global stage. And last week we got a major development with massive ramifications to come. And this development happens to be the strike back by OPEC Plus. So let's talk about it, and here it is. In focus tonight. There will be blood as OPEC Plus strikes back. What are we talking about here? Let's back up for a minute and set the stage. By now, you might be already aware that this inflation has been really good for energy companies, be it domestically or internationally, as we see the prices of commodities that they sell moving higher and higher and higher. And of course, when we talk about crude oil, the most important country that comes to mind is Saudi Arabia. This inflation has been really good for Saudi Arabia. The earnings for that country has been surging significantly higher so far this year. It slowed down a bit, but needless to say, this inflation has been really good for Saudi Arabia. While we see certain economies that happen to be net energy importers, such as European nations, already dipping into a recession, countries like Saudi Arabia that happen to be net energy exporter experienced an economic boom instead. Even the IMF said earlier this year that high oil prices will drive Saudi Arabia's economic growth to outpace the United States this year. And of course, who predicted all of this and decided to buy the KSA ETF, the Saudi Arabian ETF? Yep, the guy you're listening to right now. Take a look. And here is the last international market that I bought, the ticker KSA. This is for the Saudi Arabian market that gives you exposure to Aramco. We know that energy prices are rising higher. A giant oil company with the lowest cost to produce, such as Aramco, will benefit tremendously from the rise in commodity prices. Once again, higher inflation is very good for energy prices. This is one way to get exposure to one of the top beneficiaries of the rise in energy prices. And here's the update. Since that call, the ticker KSA, which is the Saudi Arabian ETF, surged by almost 50% before moving down again. And of course, you don't need to be an expert in charting to realize that perhaps this chart doesn't look as good as it used to be before, because instead of a reverse head and shoulder formation, it now has an actual head and shoulder formation, indicating that in all likelihood the top is already in. And what caused the ticker KSA to underperform as of late? The answer is the drop in energy prices. Why did energy prices move down? The answer is, number one, the Federal Reserve, the central bank of the world, is tightening the monetary policy. They have enabled this inflation by being too loose in the monetary policy and initiating the largest tsunami of liquidity in human history. And after inflation got out of hand, the Federal Reserve decided to tighten the monetary policy aggressively. And this tightening reduces the demand in the economy. As interest rates move higher, buying things becomes more expensive, and thus the demand goes down, and as a result we see energy prices also going down. Another factor that perhaps not as important as the tightening of the monetary policy that pushed the prices of oil down happens to be the monstrous releases from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, also known as the SPR, by the Joe B. administration. No president in history have depleted the SPR more than Joe Biden. It was done to push energy prices down. Now at the time, Saudi Arabia had two choices, either to retaliate right away and go tit for tat against the United States, or wait until the US depletes its own SPR to critical levels, and when they're ready to replenish those reserves in the SPR, meaning when the American government is ready to buy barrels to replenish the SPR, that is the moment to strike back when the iron is hot. And this is exactly what Saudi Arabia and OPEC Plus did last week by cutting about 2 million barrels per day from the global output. Immediately, the Joe B. administration came out and said that they are disappointed by the decision by OPEC Plus. And they decided to release their BlackRock propagandist Brian Deese to go on TV and say this.
Brian, what was your reaction to the news this morning? Well, we're disappointed that OPEC made this decision. As the president mentioned, we think it's unnecessary if you look at the global environment where supply continues to be the predominant challenge. We've been working for some time to take action and encourage action globally to make sure that supply actually matches demand.
But so far, saying that, hey, the decision by OPEC Plus is disappointing, that is one thing. But it is entirely a different thing. We heard the subsequent reaction, which is basically accusing Saudi Arabia of choosing Russia's side So we know that the tensions between the two countries are brewing and getting hotter and hotter and hotter by the day. So what would be the reaction by the Joe B administration at this point? How are they going to retaliate against Saudi Arabia? Is it going to be, number one, depleting the SPR even more? Well, it appears that the administration is going this way, of depleting more and more barrels from the SPR. We know that this is not going to work because the SPR has a certain capacity. So it is a band-aid. It is not a permanent solution to this problem. So what is it going to be? Is it going to be begging oil companies to produce more, to increase the production here in the United States? Well, you have all of these oil companies who say, wait a minute here, the administration have been hostile against us with the green energy agenda. They want to make us obsolete. They're hitting us with taxes, insane regulations. And on top of that, they also accused us of creating inflation by being too greedy. So our oil companies right now are going to say, okay, you know what? We're going to forego high oil prices and all of these revenues and beautiful balance sheets that we're having right now to please the Joe B administration that was hostile to us to begin with. No, thank you. So that's a no-go. What else? How about option number 3, which is begging Iran or perhaps Venezuela to produce more? The problem is both Iran and Venezuela are members of OPEC, and it appears that Venezuela is not really interested in such a deal because they don't trust the United States. So how will the retaliation take place? Well, it's going to be way uglier than just increasing supply and going tit for tat against Saudi Arabia. Take a look.
White House is retraining its focus on major oil companies, saying they're gouging consumers and profiting from it. But White House allies in Congress want more concrete action to retaliate against Saudi Arabia and force officials they see as pro-Saudi to defend their actions. Earlier today, I spoke with Progressive Congressman Ro Khanna, who's been a vocal critic of the OPEC decision and the administration's response. He said he wants Brett McGurk, head of Middle East policy, to testify in Congress on why McGurk pushed for President Biden to visit the kingdom, which Khanna says cabinet members objected to. He also wants the administration to ban the export of gasoline, telling me it's not just something they should study and consider. They need to be demanding the Saudis reverse the decision. Sources tell me the Biden administration has for months been weighing a ban on export of refined products, something officials broached yet again with energy executives just 1 week ago in a meeting. Companies have argued the disruption would cause further increases to prices, but I'm told a ban remains under consideration. On Capitol Hill, 2 specific bills could gain new traction with bipartisan support. One is called NOPEC. It would remove antitrust immunity from foreign nations that take part in OPEC. That passed Senate Committee 17-4 with both parties' support. Another bill released by 3 Democrats yesterday would remove 5,000 troops from Saudi Arabia and the UAE and remove defense systems too in the wake of the decision. That being said, both chambers of Congress are out of session right now ahead of the midterm, so nothing is likely on that front between now and when they return. We'll see what the White House can do next.
And as the relationship between the two countries sour, the accusations of being on Russia's side is getting louder and louder and louder by the White House against Saudi Arabia, to the point of accusing this decision by OPEC Plus of being coordinated by Saudi and Russia together. And I don't know if you caught it or not, but there was a heated moment last week in the OPEC Plus conference when a reporter from Reuters suggested that to the Saudi prince who happens to be the energy minister. Take a look.
Alex Lawler from Reuters News Agency. I have 2 questions.
No, Alex, I have to talk to you about. So you have got it wrong.
Okay.
And you have got it wrong twice.
Before I ask the question,
and you will get it the third time if you did, as Reuters did not do a proper job. You talked about Russia doing this and that, and actually the day that your story came out, no one from Russia talked to me, nor I talked to anybody from Russia. You repeated that again with another tale of a story prior to that Saudi and Russia, blah, 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 are congregating around the $100 price. That is not true. And I spent 20 minutes from one of your respected members of your bureau in Dubai explaining to her, or actually 25 minutes, why we don't go as Saudi Arabia for price targeting. And that 25 minutes went in vain, and I really don't like that. I acted in a very respectful way, emanating from respecting the agency, and I think, but you elected to choose a phantom Saudi source. Saucy source, if I can do it as British as I could. But if you have a question, direct it to others, but not me. I'm not talking to Reuters until you respect the source, which is the energy minister on behalf of the Saudi government.
Okay, thank you.
So you will ask the questions to any of my colleagues.
And the accusation doesn't stop here. It's not about coordinating with Russia or siding with Russia. There's also the accusations by the West against Saudi Arabia of sabotaging central banks' work against inflation. Because all of this fight so far by central banks, be it the Fed or the ECB or the BOE, all of these central banks have been raising interest rates significantly and in a rapid pace. But now that we're seeing the supply cut pushing oil prices higher, these central banks have to do more in pushing inflation down because it's a battle between supply and demand. You see, when central banks, let's say the Fed raises interest rates significantly higher, what are they doing? They're taking demand down. By taking demand down, they're hoping that energy prices will go down. But then when you have a production cut by OPEC, that reduces the supply to meet demand or even go below demand, and thus maintaining energy prices to remain high. And how does OPEC Plus respond to this kind of accusation that they're now sabotaging the work of central banks, causing things to become more expensive and risking a global recession as central banks have to do more in tackling inflation now? Well, here's the response from OPEC Plus. Take a look.
We have an open door. I'm waiting for someone to knock on that door. That's all I can say.
And you're still not getting anyone knocking on that door? Because a lot of folks would say that by this action, by these cuts, you're endangering global energy markets, you're endangering the global economy. What's the response there, sir?
If you permit me, Reliance, we are not endangering the energy markets. We are providing security, stability to the energy markets.
At a price.
Everything has a price. Energy security has a price as well.
So you have all of these oil-producing nations saying, hey, wait a minute here. You got the West, the United States, and European nations chasing the green energy dreams and fantasies. What does that mean? In a nutshell, it means they want our source of revenue to become obsolete. This is what these OPEC Plus countries, these oil-producing nations are thinking. You're going for the green energy. You want to reduce the demand for oil, meaning you want to sign a death warrant against oil at some point, and we're supposed to lower prices for you until you get to the transition to green energy. We have to suffer until that happens, and we have to suffer after that happens? No thanks. OPEC Plus says, we're not doing this. We're going to keep oil prices higher for as long as it takes. And the risk here is if it becomes a tit-for-tat oil war, specifically between the United States and Saudi Arabia. Now, in the past, the United States had a lot lot of influence in Saudi Arabia. They can drive the energy policy using that influence, but as of late, this influence has become really, really weak. To begin with, the trading relationship between Saudi Arabia and the United States of America are not really that good. There used to be a certain level of dependency. Saudi used to import a lot of products from the United States, and the U.S. used to import a lot of oil products from Saudi Arabia. Not anymore. Matter of fact, as of late, Mexico and Russia have surpassed Saudi Arabia as the largest oil exporters to the United States. This was before the war, of course. Now Russia doesn't even exist. And who happens to be the largest importer of Saudi oil? Well, it is certainly not the United States. It is actually China. So slowly but surely, as of late, Saudi Arabia has been moving away from the United States and closer to other nations. For example, Saudi Arabia's holdings in U.S. treasuries have been falling dramatically as of late. Matter of fact, Saudi reduced 36.7% of its holdings of U.S. treasury securities in 2 years. And on top of that, Saudi is no longer buying bonds for their currency reserve account. Now, where did Saudi Arabia shift to instead? The answer is, how about Russia? Before the war, Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund invested $2 billion in Russia. Saudi continues to import fuel oil from Russia. And on top of that, we now have discussions about a rupee real trade between India and Saudi Arabia. Not to mention talks about a trade of oil products using the Chinese yuan. If that happens, say goodbye to the petrodollar. But now, of course, you have a bunch of amateurs, such as the Daily Beast, which is a publication of yellow journalism with ties to the intelligence apparatus of Uranus. And they say that Russia and OPEC are driving U.S. and China into an unlikely partnership. Or really, as to imply that the relationship is getting better between the United States and China. You mean China, who we just banned chips from? Is that who we're talking about? Because believe it or not, Saudi Aramco did not raise the price for its main oil grade for Asia. They're not raising prices for China or any of their Asian customers. The production cuts don't even touch China or Asian consumers of Aramco's oil. But the Daily Beast, of course, they're a bunch of amateur. They couldn't even bother doing their own research. As usual, of course. So this whole thinking about, OPEC Plus might backtrack the decision because China will add more pressure on Saudi Arabia and other OPEC Plus countries, not really. Not happening. So where does that leave us? Because this tit-for-tat war, this oil war, will intensify in the days to come, in the weeks to come, in the months to come. What are the ramifications for the entirety of the economy, for the stock market, and for the Fed's policy, most importantly? We have 3 different challengers here. Number 1, Jerome Powell of the Federal Reserve. Number 2, Joe Biden of the White House. Number 3, the Saudi oil minister from OPEC Plus. These men are now colliding against each other. And as they collide, more and more risk will be borne in the economy, which will lead to a topic that we talked about in yesterday's video, the financial accident. Why do we say that? What is Jerome Powell's objective here? What is he looking for? Well, he wants to reduce inflation. In other words, he wants lower oil prices. How is he going to achieve this goal? The answer is by reducing demand by increasing interest rates higher. Now, what about the Joe B administration? What is the objective here? It's the same as the Fed, lower oil prices because they have an election coming. You know the deal. But what is the method here? The answer is they have no clue, not us. They have no clue. Depleting the SBR is not an option anymore. Begging Venezuela and Iran, that's not a choice anymore. Is it going to be begging domestic oil companies, giving them incentives to produce more? We'll see. Now, what is the objective of the Saudi oil minister? The answer is higher oil prices. That means more revenue for Saudi Arabia. And how is he going to achieve this objective? The answer is by cutting production. Now, you might say, hey, Maverick, what do I care about all of this? Why is this risky? Why is this going to lead to a financial collapse? Here's why. We know before the Fed's tightening cycle started that inflation was way too high, interest rates were way too low, the recession risk was here, but it was not significant, and oil supplies were a little below demand. And then the Fed started to increase interest rates higher to tackle inflation down. And as they raise interest rates higher, what happens? Inflation goes down, but then the recession risk also moves slightly higher. Something else also happens. Remember, when the Fed raises rates, the objective is to crush demand. Crushing demand meaning lower oil prices. As inflation goes down, oil prices also go down. So then what happens? Well, OPEC Plus and Saudi Arabia have to respond by cutting production. And when they cut supplies, what happens? Inflation moves higher again. And that diminishes all of the work that the Fed has been doing by increasing interest rates year to date. So the Fed has to fight back. And by fighting back, they increase interest rates even higher. When they do that, watch what happens. Inflation goes down, but the recession risk moves higher. Higher interest rates, meaning something's going to blow up. More tightening in the economy equals more probability of a recession happening. And the severity of the recession continues to move higher and higher and higher. And here's where it gets really dangerous. After doing this, oil prices will go down again. What if OPEC Plus and the Saudis decide to cut the supply even more? We go in this tit for tat between OPEC Plus and the Fed. OPEC Plus reduces supplies. The Fed responds by increasing their interest rates higher to crush demand and push oil prices down. If this game continues, inflation might actually stick at a higher level, but we might see the recession risk exploding significantly higher. Because if they thought before that tackling inflation would take interest rates to 5%, now they have to go north of that. They have to go 6, 7, 8%. And as interest rates continue to go higher, the recession risk continues to move higher. And so is the possibility of a financial accident. That also moves higher. You see how dangerous this game is if the tit for tat continues? And I don't see these two parties coming together at some point. It wouldn't make sense at all. The Fed wants much lower oil prices, and they want to do it by increasing interest rates higher. That's the only tool they got for now. The Joe Biden administration, yes, they overlap with the Fed. They want lower oil prices, but they don't want the Fed to continue to increase interest rates higher and higher to do it because this increases the odds of a recession and higher unemployment in the economy. The administration doesn't want that, obviously. And then you have on the other side OPEC Plus and Saudi Arabia. They're also looking for their own economies, and they want higher oil prices. And they're going to do that as long as it needs to be done by reducing supplies to keep a floor underneath oil prices. Think of it as a put, an OPEC Plus put. Oil is not allowed to go under a number. Whatever that number is, 85, 80 bucks a gallon, who knows? But there is an OPEC Plus put. And it's not only that. Oil has many other tailwinds that could surge oil prices back above 100 easily, even to 120 easily. So all of this talk about, the Fed has to pivot because they've done enough so far, you have absolutely no clue what you're talking about. If the Fed pauses right now or pivots to cutting rates, crude oil futures will explode to at least 150 bucks a barrel. Because on top of OPEC Plus and the tit for tat, other tailwinds include the upcoming price cap on Russian oil. That could reduce the supply by an additional 3 million barrels. Would you like to see 200 bucks a barrel? You might see that soon. And on top of that, it's not just what's going on with oil. When we talk about the energy market, it's all over the place. It's heating oil. It's natural gas, and specifically natural gas. And it is a much bigger crisis over in Europe. Now that we know that oil supplies will be restrained and we have a put that will keep oil prices higher for longer, combine that with erasing even the possibility of restoring Russian gas to the European continent. This winter will be absolutely brutal. Between oil prices moving higher and natural gas prices exploding higher, I don't see good things happening to the global economy. And it's happening in a dangerous way. It's happening in a geopolitical fashion, with countries pitting their heads against each other. An economic war spreading by the day. And on Friday, perhaps we got a confirmation from Reuters that it was indeed the United States behind blowing up Nord Stream. And the thinking here is, if Russian gas is not flowing to Europe anyways, might as well cut it for good and have them rely on US LNG. But be careful of making that suggestion openly because you got your Columbia professor, Jeffrey Sachs. I don't know if you've seen this or not. It's absolutely hilarious. He went over on Bloomberg and he suggested the obvious, that the United States is indeed behind blowing up Nord Stream. And watch the reaction of our beloved free media. Take a look.
Now, to make it definitive, the destruction of the Nord Stream pipeline, which I would bet was a U.S. action, perhaps U.S. and Poland. This is
Jeff, we got to stop there. That's a quite a statement as well.
They immediately went, what are you talking about here? Come on, you can't say that on TV. We got a narrative to sell here. You can't say that. We got to follow the dear leader. The orders from the state. You can't go off script, Professor Sachs. You can't have people get the idea that we might be the bad guy here. God forbid. What do you think this is, Professor Sachs? You think you can just say whatever you want? You think this is America? What's wrong with you? And of course, they got the hashtag Nord Stream did not kill itself. Very clever. But it shows that this is getting out of control. This energy crisis stemming from natural gas or crude oil, doesn't matter. It's getting riskier and riskier by the day. It is about to cripple economies and pin nations against each other, which becomes a geopolitical problem. And then what? Things could get out of hand really quickly. For example, the economy minister in Germany suggested that the United States and other friendly gas suppliers are actually doing price gouging and taking advantage of Germany by charging astronomical prices. Unfortunately for the Germans, they got no other options now. You gotta buy from the United States. You can't go back to Russia and Nord Stream. Whoops, did I just reveal the reason behind blowing up the pipelines? I don't know. But anyways, even here in the United States, as the demand for natural gas, we're talking about U.S. natural gas, increases because Germany now has no other alternative by competing on buying United States natural gas, and many other countries will do the same. We have more demand for domestic natural gas. In other words, what is that going to mean for you and me? It means we're going to pay more, baby. All of these utility bills, they're going to go higher and higher and higher. The moral of the story is, in this beautiful nighttime bed story called The Oil Wars, is inflation is not going to go down, folks, and the Fed will have to be even more aggressive. The pivot is coming, but the pivot will be for a more aggressive Fed. And you know what that entails. More recession risk, and more risk of something blowing up. So buckle up and grab as much popcorn as you need because the action is about to heat up significantly. And with that lovely story out of the way, let's move on to cover the stock market information for you. We begin with the closing of the indices today. And here we go. The Dow Industrial Average closing in the red, down by 93.91 points, or a decline of 0.32%. The Nasdaq down by 110.30 points, or a decline of 1.04%. The S&P down by 27.27 points, or a decline of 0.75%. What about the sectors' performances today? Pathetic across the board. We're not giving medals even to the sectors that managed to close in the green because they barely closed in the green. And the laggards today were led by energy, technology, and REITs. Now remember, today was a low volume kind of day. The bond market was off, so you can't take anything that happened today seriously. But here it is, the advance to decline ratios. NYSE 37% advancing versus 61% declining. The Nasdaq 35% advancing versus 62% declining. And look at the new 52-week lows on the Nasdaq. 409 new lows in the Nasdaq today alone. Unbelievable. On to commodities. What's going on here? Again, you can't take the action seriously today because it was a low volume kind of day, but all in all, commodities were down. Energy commodities were muted to the downside. The gasoline RBOB, for example, lost almost 3% today. Natural gas were down by about 3% also. Now we'll see what happens when the volume is resumed tomorrow. But the event that will move the commodities market along with the stock market is the upcoming CPI reading. If it comes out too hot, indicating that the Fed will be more aggressive, you're going to see a sell-off in commodities because the dollar is going to shoot up higher. But if the CPI comes out tame, whatever that means, the dollar could actually cool down, and this will initiate a rally in commodities. But for now, softs were pretty much on the downside across the board, with the exception of cotton, scoring gains of about 4.75% today. When it comes to metals, all down with the exception of copper, with gains of about 1.5%. On the other hand, gold is down, platinum is down, palladium is down, and silver is down big, about 3%. Lots of profit taking from silver. We got massive gains in the last week or so, but now as the dollar continues to move higher, we see traders taking profits and running away. When it comes to meats, down across the board for live and feeder cattle futures. Feeder cattle was down a little over 1.5%. On the other hand, lean hogs is rebounding higher, gaining a little over 2.5% for the day. But the story was wheat futures and grains shooting up higher with gains of about 7% for the day. Yeah, inflation is going down, right? And the reason is the war is escalating again. Today we got massive bombing across Ukraine by Russia, and more escalation in the war means perhaps more restraints in supplies of wheat and other commodities, which means inflation will push its way higher and higher and higher. Moving on to the big casino, the options market. What's going on here? The volume is tame today. It's not a surprise. Today's Columbus Day / National Indigenous Day. So the expectations are the volume will be down, and the market all in all did not go one way or the other. Yes, we got losses, but this is due to the market's bias because we don't have buyers. The buyers are gone. They got stung over and over and over again, and they're now waiting for something, a catalyst, something they can hang their hats on. Could it be the CPI? We'll see. If I was a bull, I wouldn't bet much in the CPI for help, but for now the volume is down. Yet leading the pack, the hottest table by far in the casino today was Tesla, the souffle. With around 1.5 million contracts traded today, look at this, about 58% of those were calls. They're looking for a rebound here in Tesla. At number 2, Apple, with around 800,000 contracts, about 52% of those were calls. At number 3, AMD, with around 700,000 contracts, about 54% of those were calls. A lot of folks love AMD and they're buying the dip by buying calls hoping for a rebound. And here are the unusual activities that took place in the options market today. We start with the ticker XLP. This is the ETF for consumer staples, and these happen to be some of the best names left in the stock market because they hold a lot better under inflation, but they also hold a lot better under a recession. However, by the end of the bear market, meaning the epic finale leg, the crash, we see utilities and consumer staples being sold. And we've seen this back in 2008, we've seen this back in the 2000, the aftermath of the dot-com bubble. These names were the last ones to go. And here we have somebody betting that this process is underway, and they bought the $60 puts for the expiration date, November 18th, with expectations that the XLP could go down and lose more than 10% of its value by then. They paid around 45 cents a piece to enter this trade, all in all spending around $900,000. What about the ticker FXI? This is for the Chinese ETF. Somebody sees a rebound coming here. They bought the 27 calls, the expiration date, October 28th, with expectations that the FXI could move higher and rebound by more than 5.5% by then. They paid around 40 cents a piece to enter this trade, all in all spending around $800,000. What about the ticker FEZ, the FEZ? This is the bullish leverage index for the XLF for financials. In other words, if financials, bank stocks go higher, FEZ appreciates 3 times that amount. And why are they bidding in favor of the FEZ? The answer is upcoming banks' earnings. These traders believe that once we get the earnings from JP Morgan and Bank of America, etc., the market will love them. We will see gains in the XLF. We will see the FEZ appreciating significantly. So they bought the 35 calls for the expiration date, December 16th, with expectations that the FEZ could move higher and gain more than 12% by then. They paid around 45 cents a piece to enter this trade, all in all spending almost $800,000. Next, what about the ticker AMAT for Applied Materials. Chips are getting crushed, and somebody sees more pain to come for this name. They bought the 65 puts for the expiration date, December 16th, with expectations that the name could move down and lose more than 18% of its value by then. They paid around $2.35 a piece to enter this trade, all in all spending around $2.3 million. And then what about the ticker QQQ for the NASDAQ? Somebody sees more pain to come here. They bought the 235 puts for the expiration date, November 4th, with expectations that the Qs could go down and lose more than 12% of its value by then. They paid around $1.75 a piece to enter this trade, all in all spending around $1.7 million. On to the heat map. What's going on here? Mostly in the red, but we have few exceptions here. The obvious one that sticks out is Merck. Merck was the top gainer for the day. Now, this is a name that is considered value, quote unquote, and it has been underperforming the market in 2020, 2021, as the majority of stocks gained significant value. This stock remained in consolidation, didn't do anything at all, and now we see it outperforming the stock market by a lot. Another notable activity is the fact that Apple outperformed other big cap technology stocks. Microsoft was down over 2%. Apple was actually in the green. So is this a beginning sign of perhaps that we're seeing some dip buyers showing up again, and they're going with the safe, quote unquote, name first, dipping their toes a little bit by buying some Apple? I'm just reading the tea leaves for you. The CPI could sting them again, but in the meantime, can they push the market a little higher as they buy the dip before the CPI? We'll see. And another notable finding is the outperformance by defense contractors, LMT, Lockheed Martin, NOC, Northrop Grumman, BA, Boeing, all outperforming on nuclear war optimism. Another interesting finding is the rebound in consumer staples, be it in Kraft Heinz, names like Kroger or Hershey's or General Mills or Kellogg's. All of these names have been getting hammered as of late, but investors see value in these dips because these names tend to fare better under inflation and also under a recession. Now, let's talk about some corporate news, and we start with, since we've been talking about OPEC Plus and the green energy lunacy, well, here it is. Revvion is recalling 13,000 EVs over loose fasteners that could affect steering. Let me tell you something here. And it's not just against EVs, but even those modern vehicles, let's say 2012 and above, they got rid of the mechanical steering, and now you have electric steering. And I'm sorry, but this has no soul behind it at all. There is no soul behind the steering wheel. It makes a world of difference when you drive a mechanical steering wheel like I have in my Beater Honda versus when you drive a soulless car with electric steering. And now we have all of these electric vehicles. Wait till the steering wheel starts to malfunction. Wait till the Russians hack into your soufflés Teslas and drive them off a cliff. But anyways, also Ford is getting a dig here. This went viral on YouTube. Apparently the new Ford pickup truck Lightning, the electric pickup, well, it's I don't know how to say this without offending anybody, but it appears to be a pickup in panties. Once the battery goes low, it cannot tow shit. So yeah, this green energy / EV lunacy, it might work someday, but until we get there, can we please keep the hybrid vehicles? They were beautiful. Use a little bit of gas, a little bit of battery, but no, they're so stubborn. They're all in this lunacy. They want the shift to happen now, rapidly, immediately. And oh, by the way, we want lower oil prices and natural gas prices on top of that. We want our cake and eat it too, pretty please. What else? How about PayPal? And you know what? I'm glad that PayPal stock has crashed because this company keeps censoring folks left and right. Anything they don't like, anything that goes off the script, off the official dear leader, dear government script, they censor and ban right away. And today we got stunning news that they're not going to just stop at that, banning folks, canceling your accounts. Today they told users they will fine them $2,500 for misinformation, quote unquote. And then they backtracked immediately because, you know, this is not North Korea. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe we're going that way. In the meantime, let's go over the heat map for the ETFs. What do we see here? Mostly in the red. Even commodities are underperforming. Nothing is moving higher here. Few exceptions. You got the XME outperforming for materials, but that's about it. It is inverse indices. It is the UVXY. We talked about the VIX and the possibility of the VIX going much higher. And now we see folks bidding on the UVXY. My advice is be careful because this resets every single day. So you could be up 3% today. You could be down 10% tomorrow, even though the VIX is pretty much static. Didn't move at all. So your timing has to be immaculate in trading the UVXY. You can buy it, buy the actual ETF and hold it for a little while if you're confident that the VIX is about to explode. With these leverage indices, folks, always be closing. Always be closing. Otherwise, you might lose all your gains. You end up being homeless. You lose your wife. You lose the kids. You lose the dogs. You know the deal. Let's move on to charts. And sorry for the disappointment because nothing happened today. Nothing important, technically speaking, happened today. But we can still find something to talk about, something to cover, some clues here and there of what's about to come. We start with SPY, S&P 500, 30 minutes chart. What's going on here? Today, we got to move down. We now know that the June bottom is now resistance once again because the SPY is trading below the June bottom. It is bumping its head against the June bottom, now resistance over and over and over again. Now, you could read this as failure. The chart is not capable of cracking above the June bottom once again, making it into support. But the bulls will look at it as, wait a minute here. Today was low volume. It's the holiday. And the chart is just forming a bull flag pattern below the June bottom. Sooner or later, it's going to pop above it. I say nothing significant will happen until we get the CPI out of the way. But what does this mean psychologically speaking? What does a bull pattern means to begin with? It means you had an initial wave of buying, a surge of volume, and it popped the chart higher. And then the chart is consolidating, asking for another batch of buyers. If the buyers show up, the bull flag plays out, and we see another leg higher. If the buyers don't show up, the bull flag fails. That's all there is. So the question here is, are the buyers about to show up? What would make them show up? The answer is the CPI. That's all there is. If the CPI comes out cooler than expectations, all the buyers will show up. But if the consensus is right, the CPI will be another ugly reading, showing that inflation is sticking and perhaps prompting more aggressive Fed action. You will see the bull flag failing because the buyers never showed up. On to the daily chart for the continuous contract for the S&P 500. What do we see here? It is now retesting my June bottom. I was a little conservative and I picked 3,600, and it's now being retested as we speak. The RSI is weakening once again. These are the momentum indicators. The MACD is about to cross, producing negative impressions in the histogram, indicating the attempt at creating bullish momentum has failed. And now we go back to bearish momentum, also known as negative momentum. If that is the case, 3,600 will not hold, and we will see a cascading effect once that's broken. For now, the bulls can hang their hats on the fact that 3,600 is not broken. Maybe the CPI will come out favorable. We see another rebound from or around 3,600. You can hope all you want, but for now, the bears have the advantage. The Qs, what's going on here? Similar pattern. We got a little bit of a rebound off the lows and then consolidation. The negative divergence in the RSI persists. While it is a bull flag pattern, I have the caution sign right next to it because it might not play out. If the buyers don't show up, it's not going to play out. We're going to go down again. Mind you, the Qs is trading way below the June bottom as we speak. Here's the daily chart for the continuous contract. Still negative divergence. We have a confirmation in the MACD that we have negative divergence for now. Negative momentum, I should say. The support of 11,058.5 is, well, it's gone for now. Not once, but twice. Can they get a rebound around this neighborhood? Yes, they can. Under low volume, if some buyers do show up tomorrow, we could see another rebound higher, another attempt. It's not going to be a significant one, but at the end of the day, if the CPI comes out and says says, hey, inflation is not going down, Fed is about to be more aggressive. Guess what? The buyers never showed up to begin with, but now the sellers are going to show up. We will see a big major leg down. What about the IWM 30 minutes chart? Similar pattern. It bumped its head against the resistance at around 168.90. Did not make it, but it is consolidating in a bull flag pattern. Will the buyers show up? If they do, higher we go. 168.90 becomes support. If they don't, we go down to revisit 164.91 as support. The Dixie, the dollar index, what's going on here? The trend remains intact, and yesterday we talked about different outlooks for the dollar from a 4 hours perspective, but on the daily chart right now, what do we see here? Well, we got 3 resistance levels. Number 1 at 111.58, that's already beaten. And then we have resistance number 2 at around 113. The chart is already trading above that at the time of the recording of this video. And then we have the ultimate resistance at around 114.7. If the chart cracks above that, we will see another explosive move in the dollar as it makes higher highs. But it's not going to be easy. The bulls, of course, are hoping for a double top at around 114.7. On to gold. What's going on here in the daily chart? We talked about the bull flag not playing out if the dollar continues to move higher. And we now know that the bull flag is not going to play out because the chart lost 2 important support levels. Number 1, 1,685. Number 2, 1,671. They're both gone. No bull flag. It's over. And that supports a rally in the dollar at least until the CPI comes out. Here's crude oil. What's going on here in Brent, a daily chart? It got to the resistance at around 98, and we talked about the explosion that's about to happen if the chart cracks above the sloping line of resistance. We got the explosive move. It was worth about 11.5%, but it is now facing resistance at around 98. Now that doesn't mean that the rally is over, but it means that it's now watching for the dollar. We have profit taking before the CPI because the dollar is going to move significantly one way or the other after we get the CPI. Here's the 10-year yield, the daily chart. What's going on here? We did confirm the reversal because the chart closed on a daily basis above the top of the reversal candle. We have another one, the top one, the most important one. And as we talked with the dollar chart, if this chart cracks above the top and closes above the top for the day, we're going to see an explosive move to the upside. But the bulls are hoping for a double top. We'll see if that happens or not. It all depends on the CPI. Moving on to the TLT, this time around a 30 minutes chart because we look at the weekly all the time. We have little updates day to day, so let's look at the 30. We have a curve pattern, a bearish curve pattern indicating lower lows. Now we'll give you 5 seconds to figure it out here. If you can spot the pattern, what happens at the end of these bearish curve patterns? Well, here it is. Every time we see these patterns, we see short covering. The shorts book profits and we see a pop in the TLT. This time around, we did not see a pop. And this means one of 2 things. Number 1, the shorts don't want to cover. The shorts are highly confident that the TLT will go lower. That's number 1. Number 2, and this is probably it, given the fact that today was a holiday and bond trading was pretty much halted, is we're not seeing the reaction because it was a holiday. So the shorts did not even get the chance to cover. And in all likelihood, you're going to see some short covering before the CPI, but the majority of it, if it happens to begin with, will be after the CPI. Here's the VIX 4 hours chart. What's going on here? We have a gap higher, but the chart could not make it above 33. It is attempting over and over and over and over again to crack above 33, but 33 is now coinciding with the June bottom in the SPY. And the June bottom remains resilient. A lot of folks don't want to lose the June bottom, and they're doing everything they can to keep the chart holding onto the June bottom. The CPI will seal the deal here. If the June bottom is lost, you will see the VIX, all of that energy being released to the upside, and 33 will be way far behind. Another way to look at the VIX is from a monthly perspective. What do we see here? We have a curve pattern, a bullish curve pattern, indicating that this could lead to an explosion in the VIX. Another big leg higher. Last time we saw this was in the aftermath of the great financial crisis. So could this be it? Could it happen again? This is what we're watching for. What about Apple, the daily chart? What's going on here? It is holding onto the support at around 138.79, but the weakness is evident here. There's very little volume, and the volume only moves higher on selling days. We have a failure in the MACD to cross and to produce positive momentum. The RSI remains subdued. In all likelihood, if 138.79 is lost, down we go to the June bottom, and in all likelihood, it's not going to hold. Tesla, narrowly chart. What's going on here? The bear flag pattern continues. Is it oversold enough for the bear flag to be canceled and we see a rebound higher? Possibly, because the chart went all the way down, but not quite, to the support of 217.88. Is it good enough? I would say yes, it could. Depending on the day, we could see some short covering before the CPI. We could see the chart rebounding higher in an attempt at 233.33 once again, but you'll know that you're going to short again if the support of 217.88 is lost for good, meaning a daily close below the number. And lastly, Bitcoin, tulips. What's going on here? The double top pushed it down again below 20,000. But is it a sign to short? Is it a sign to buy? My answer is not really, because it is back to the consolidation zone. There is no resolution here. The chart attempts over and over and over again to crack above 20,000. It doesn't happen, and it goes back to the launching pad once again. Maybe under better conditions, it's going to make it above 20,000. Maybe if more buyers show up, it could make it above 20,000. But for now, do you short it? My answer is not until it breaks the lower edge of this consolidation range, which happens to be 18,000. If it cracks below 18,000, next stop is 15,000, and that would be good enough for a trade. And lastly, moving on to the conclusion of this video, what do we have on the economic calendar tomorrow? We have the small business index, and most importantly, we have the New York Fed 5-year inflation expectations. This could be a teaser for the PPI and the CPI on Wednesday and Thursday. But we also have another zombie from the Fed, this time around from Cleveland, Loretta Mister, speaking to some of her sponsors at the Economic Club of New York. And with that, folks, I'm done here. I hope you find the video informative. And if you did, press the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. You know the story. But this is all I got for you for now. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. And I will talk to you again tomorrow.
I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, no matter what the others promise to do, when it comes to the showdown, they won't be there.
We turn now to America's economic challenges, and to help us out, I want to bring in Mohammed Al-Arian. He is the Chief Economic Advisor at financial services company Allianz. He is also president of Queens College in Cambridge. He's good enough to join us this morning from New York. So this week was a very volatile week in the U.S. stock markets. Volatility has been ever present, I would say, during this calendar year, but this week seemed really volatile. For our audience, break it down. What's going on? What is the source, if you can identify it, of that volatility?
So the main source of this volatility is changing perceptions of the Federal Reserve. We are in this incredible situation, Major, where good news for the economy is bad news for the markets. And that's because the markets are worried that the Federal Reserve will tip us into recession by overreacting to strong economic news.
Every White House I've ever covered, and it's been more than one or two, has said, the markets isn't the economy is the economy. And what markets do, markets are going to do. Even so, volatility affects people's retirement, their planning, and their sense of their medium and long-term futures. How should people be looking at that? And when they hear the president, as he did on Friday, talk about navigating this transition, what does that mean?
So first, there's volatility, and there's unsettling volatility. Volatility when things go up and down, and on the whole, you're better off over time. But that's not what we've had this year. We've had unsettling volatility because we've had the stock market down by anything from 20 to 30%. We've had bonds, which are supposed to safeguard your investments, also down by about 15%. So there's been nowhere to hide. That's why people feel insecure. That's why they look at their retirement plans with concern. The president is right. We are currently on what I think of as a bumpy journey to a better destination.
Hey. Oh man, it's funny. Charles wanted to resurrect that old script. I deleted it because they made that whole doc management suite that's way better. I'm like, yeah, there's this new script you can use. It's nice because it automatically maintains the metadata JSONs, that tie server test and feature one docs together. But it's fine. I have like cleanup scripts that'll do that anyway, no matter how he adds them. So, but I'm just like, you could just use like the new stuff. That's funny because Darcy asked me to check something on this document. I was like, oh, I don't have that document. Is that like a new one? She's like, yeah, it's in this folder. And I was like, Matt's got all this new stuff going on.
Yeah.
Like, I think Charles is plugged into that. And she was mentioning like, yeah, I think Charles was gonna add it. So I messaged him and I was like, hey, are you gonna add this? And he was like, oh, I thought Charles Ackley was gonna add it. And Darcy was definitely talking about CN. So I was like, oh, that's funny. I was like, didn't want to do it myself because I don't want to like conflict with anything else going on. And he's like, yeah, same. Oh, I'll add it, no problem. But then he's trying to use like different scripts than you or something, and I'm like, well, he's using like my old script, and I'm like, I mean, you can. But he's like calling my old script from subprocess.run from his Python script. And I'm like, oh, that's just so bad. I hate running another Python script using subprocess run. Like if you're in Python already, you can just import it as a module and use it, right? You don't need to call subprocess run. The whole workflow is just whack to me. But if it works for him, it works for him.
I guess he's probably thinking of doing that because we do it for snapshots. But the reason we do it for snapshots is because it has to import from the correct commit, right? So you have to switch commit, run a new process to make sure everything's freshly imported.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I didn't even take a look at any of it. I was just like, if somebody else is going to do this, I just don't feel like figuring it out right now.
Exactly.
Funny thing too is I saw that it added those documents in the 9,000 range, and it was like, started at like 0 or 1 or something, and then just incremented up.
Yeah.
And it made me wonder if it was that logic where it's like, oh, there's ones in the 8,000, so better add them in the 9,000.
Yeah, I think that's what it does actually. It's pretty bad. So like it's really annoying that it does that. Yeah. I had one that filled in the gaps, but the problem is we deleted duplicate documents, which left some gaps. So if you fill those gaps with new PDFs, then you're labeling it with something, but in the cache, you're still pulling the old parsed document. So yeah, there was a couple mishaps of that. And I'm like, okay, fuck this. I'm just going to put them all at big numbers. But yeah, gotta watch out for that.
Yeah, my stuff, aside from whatever might be in the document that's parsed, the stuff I work on doesn't use any caches like that, so which is super nice because I see you guys talking about how like there's these issues and stuff, and I'm like, oh, thank God I don't have to deal with that.
I mean, you still use the parsed cache unless you're force reparsing every time.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think
on
that.
top of that.
Yeah, and whatever might be in there, I don't think it matters because I'm pretty sure everything I work on just, you know, it doesn't like look up caches and stuff, I don't think.
Yeah.
But
I
don't
hate
know,
the
maybe.
caches, to be honest. I can't stand it, but like it is a necessary evil because otherwise it's going to be 10 hours for maturity date snapshot, and that's not doable. I mean, even 4 hours is already like pretty unworkable. We should try to fix that up. It's so dumb because all those performance runaways just come down to like one pattern too. It's like we should be able to fix that. There's no excuse.
Yeah. I think we should. It's such a pain to do, but I think we should plug into the parse version and then maybe just verify. That's really the problem though, is you have to have like a. Maybe we can create a like server test table, or just a table that's only created by server test, which will like use a foreign key or whatever linked to the parse document when we parse them. And then that has the metadata for like which commit generated it. And then we could check that that commit is in the, whatever you want to call it, like the trunk of feature 2.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would break anything. It would mean that you need to parse documents in feature 2. And I suppose the problem there, in a sense, could be that if we analyze a document, currently it'll parse it if it's not parsed yet, but then it could parse it on your branch, and that would conflict with that. But you could just force it to reparse if it's not in the trunk of feature 2, I guess.
Yeah.
Would be like a parse, parse and cache. Something like that is what I'm thinking. But I don't know, it's such a pain to like think hard about that. I don't know if it's worth pursuing right now, or even in the near future at all.
My new snapshot framework that I'm using for parties does have all the snapshot folders are prefixed by parse version, then analysis version, so it'll automatically redo a snapshot if those get changed, which is like definitely on the safe side, but it's worth it.
The thing is that we freeze the numbers.
Yeah.
Irrespective of the commit, right? So.
But like I would say, that only matters for the ones that you're forcing a reparse on, which is kind of rare. I don't know.
Yeah, but that parse and the analysis version aren't reflective of the commit you're on. They're reflective of whenever you froze those numbers.
Yeah, but I mean, I have the parse version, then the analysis version, then the commit you're on. So you get like all three. Yeah.
I guess frankly, the parse and the analysis version numbers in that scenario basically don't matter, right? Because like you'll know if the commit is earlier or later.
Yeah. Well.
For your party stuff though, isn't that like involved with reparsing or something?
No. Charles keeps thinking that, but it's not true. I don't reparse for parties. Parties are computed during parse because a lot of analyses are dependent on them. But there's actually not really a reason for that. It could just be an analysis. There's nothing in parties that's related to parse. I don't know, maybe like just logically it feels like it's a parse step. I guess, I don't know.
It feels like that is a type of thing. Like I found like the cross references and like the definition references and stuff. Those are computed during analysis. And they can be done because, it is after parse, but I feel like it's kind of an in-between step because everything relies on that. So it should, if we want to think of it that way anyways, we got like raw parse, foundational deconstruction, and then maybe like, I don't know what you'd call it, in between that and analysis.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I think that sort of thing would be kind of nice to kind of carve out, maybe, because like we have tons of identifiers that are like what are considered the loan documents? What are considered the finance documents? What are considered the whatever in events of default? And in my limited understanding, I don't really see why that's like a strictly events of default thing. It would be kind of nice to have analysis step that does that, in front of like all analysis, because it seems like I really have just worked on the ESG stuff and then events of default. So I don't know if there's like other like ESG doesn't really, but I don't know if there's other analysis that would use that or does use that and, just recomputes it some other way. But it would be, it seems to me that it would be really nice to know, because I would assume there's a lot of like other types of analysis that would want to know that stuff.
Yeah.
And then it would be nice to have a diff for that. I made like a super rough around the edges diff, because I got tired of like, it's this pattern should hit. I don't get why it's a finance document. And then we like dig in and dig in and dig in. It's like, oh, it's not being parsed, or we're not detecting that as a finance document. That term, as far as code's concerned, is not a finance. Well, it is. That's not right. So we have to like redo it and everything. And then the result of that is usually we updated that, so now it should be a finance document. So now we run the analysis, and it's like, oh, it still doesn't hit. Why doesn't it hit? And I have to dig in, like, oh no, it is in there now. So there's something wrong with the pattern,
Right.
But it would be way nicer to just have a very legit diff that's just like, look, I don't really care how you write the analysis, but just so you know, these are the terms, for these documents. I wonder if I don't think I did. I should really work that into the events of default diff. I did this in SLLs because there's a similar. Right. So like, in general, we just have like different identifiers for different parts of the analysis that we use. But the core analysis that detects whether this document's an SLL or not, it's kind of like one of the first steps. And those particular identifiers flow through into a lot of different things, logically, if not directly. So I got sick, just like I'm talking about, of Richard saying like, oh, why is this, that, and blah, blah, and then it boils down to like, oh, this identifier feeds into all this crap. And this is the primary thing that needs to change. So anyway, I just put a page on there for just the identifiers. And so you can go to the SLL identifier page in the diff, and it'll just show you what they all are for each document. And it's super nice. Now if you ask that question, it's like, go to that page, it's like, well, this we know for sure is in there as an identifier. It just half the way you're talking about.
That is nice. I made something like that for LIBOR floors because it's easy to just have a summary view. There's like 3 columns, one for each type of floor, and then you can see like which ones are hitting for this doc. It's just way easier than the list view. But yeah.
Cool. It's better than assuming too. Like, it's easy to just assume, well, this would be an identifier, right? But it's weird because to a certain extent, we don't necessarily care too much to like super correctly, identify these identifiers. Because a lot of times it's just definitions. So like, even if it's not quite correct, I don't even know that they're wrong, but if they were to be wrong, then there's like a very high likelihood that we'll just search that definition and not find anything relevant to any analysis. So it doesn't matter too much if they're not 100% accurate.
Right.
I don't think. In fact, we will show them they will end up as like a reference in the front end, but only if they're found within a pattern in that analysis. So like the ones that may or may not be correct, if they're not hitting a pattern anywhere, then we don't extract them as a result. So there's a little, I don't know. But it's good information, so I put it in there, and it's kind of nice. And then I have like a column for the like, not just the analysis name, but like the code for that, And for those, I just put debug, so like this is not something that directly ends up in the front end, although he should know that anyway. But it's very apparent. Like, okay. Oh, and plus that makes it easier to filter out on the old page. So if you because there's a lot of them sometimes, so you can filter out all the identifiers if you're not interested in that.
Yeah.
It's funny, it's making me a little self-conscious that and it's just kind of shotgunning completely in in certain scenarios, like this pattern's getting so many losses. It's like, okay, well, there's some examples. It's just well, there's just so many. Please just give me a few examples, because I don't know, for sure that one is right over another one, or whatever, because I don't know what it means. So, if you give me an example, then I know for sure, to a high degree of accuracy, this should probably, because there was a couple here and there that's well, out of all the results, this one is bad, right? You want to lose. Oh yeah, well that one turns out do you want to lose. So it's I don't want to just gain everything back, because I'm going to end up deleting some of the good stuff,
Yeah.
But anyways, it makes me think, I don't know, maybe I should be able to figure that out. Maybe secretly Richard and Darcy have just been holding my hand this whole time, giving me the underhanded throws or whatever. Softballs.
They're really good at figuring out what logically is wrong with the diffs. I got spoiled by it.
Spoilers.
But at the same time, it's I can figure this out, so maybe I just should.
Yeah, my problem with this is that I don't understand it well enough to actually figure it out. It's more I can figure out why this particular one is not matching.
I'm about to just destroy the second with his red buff. He's definitely coming for it. He's probably doing Krugs first.
I have no idea what it means.
And then we'll just nuke him at
but
his red
designed
and
the
take
pattern,
it.
so I can tell you why the pattern.
Oh, he did take his Krugs.
But yeah, I showed you that one screenshot though, and some of these patterns. It's funny how incomprehensible they are, but I'm only able to work on them because when they haven't accepted the changes yet, the blue highlights, I just have to figure out what part of the pattern is this blue highlight pertain to, and put the update there, and if it works, then I don't really have to know one. But yeah, I'd like to go a little more ham. I'm always feeling like that with this analysis, but we're just too deep. I need to get to a state where it's okay, everything's good, we're good to merge, and then I can merge it in, and then super hardcore reconfigure some stuff, so that next time, at least on the back end, it makes more sense.
Yeah.
There's this one that's more like a group of sub-patterns that are reused in 5 or 6 different places in different ways. And we're getting to the point where we're making all these changes and stuff, so there's a change to one instance, but not entirely one and stuff. It's holy shit. I could just peel it apart. I don't know that that makes sense. They were probably all specified once in the code at one point because they were all the same concept,
Yeah.
But
maybe some of that's on me. I think maybe I'm being lazy and I should really just get up pretty early so I can have more productive conversations with them.
Maybe.
Just such not a morning person. Maybe that's my style though. I just find that a lot of times with Richard where we can kind of go back and forth, but when things get really lost, I just jump on a call with him and go through the logic of it, get back on track. So how serious do you think I should take my LinkedIn page?
Not serious at all. No one actually takes LinkedIn seriously. Such a joke site. But you do get a lot of contacts. The recruiters will reach out all the time. Like, I just have like hundreds of direct messages. They basically just, it's the new way to spam email people about like jobs and stuff. So annoying. And a lot of them are like kind of lowballs. Like, oh, would you be interested in this? It's like tangentially related to what you do. When we really need someone, they're like 70K. I'm like, really? Come on, man.
I put on there that I'm like, not seeking new work, but I'm open to it. And then I realized that, yeah, it's like public information. So
Oh yeah.
Joyce
Oh wait,
named
I don't know
me.
if it is public to say that you're seeking opportunities or whatever. It might only be for like recruiters.
Oh, really?
I think you can change that setting, yeah.
I mean, I'm like super unconcerned about it, but it did make me think though, like, Joyce should probably look at it once at least. Then she made me make one, and you know, oh, you're open to new opportunities, right?
Yeah.
But I'm as open as anyone is, you know, like, I like working here, but if somebody offered me 200K, you know, I'd have to take that seriously.
Yeah, right. Unless it's Amazon, because now there's 2 people at Namu who left Amazon, so you know there's something up. Yeah, Namu's website, you know, a lot of startups will brag about like, oh, we have like an ex-Fang tech lead. So it's like everyone at Namu's ex-AWS. Like,
I'm pre-Fang.
Pre-Fang. I'm not ex-Fang, I'm just on my way. Like a rocket ship.
I'll cycle through that someday.
Yeah. You gotta get that cherry on your resume. So you can say ex-Google, ex-Facebook tech lead. A multi-millionaire ex-Google, ex-Facebook tech lead.
I gotta be like, hey, Namu, I mean, you want some clout, right? You gotta get in the second feed. I'll make a little money for a year and you get a boost your clout, you know? Like, win-win.
Right. Come on, Harold, I thought it opened its eye if it's above 1500. I guess not. Must be 2K.
I don't know if I could handle the stuff you were talking about, though. And not even like the worst parts of it, but just like, man, so much corporate stuff. I don't know if I'm cut out for that.
It's such a different vibe, man. It really sucks. And then you gotta contend with, well, do I try to become a senior by working hard, but then I just get more responsibility, end up working 8-hour weeks where mostly I'm just emailing other teams to like resolve blockers? Because that's pretty bad. Or do I just chill, underworking myself as an L5 and just like doing menial bullshit and like tying up loose ends with the whole app? Because they're both pretty like lame, right? You're not a core person. Either way, it's just, do you want to be underworked or overworked doing the bullshit? It's like, oh man, I'd rather just like be a key player. Even like Namu has no customers, right? But it's nice being a key player. That's nicer than having customers and doing bullshit.
That's why I really want to get with they're giving me some different experience, and then especially if, you know, once I talk to them again, if a kind of theoretical deal stands, it'll be very part-time and kind of open-ended. Like, you know, you work on it when you can, and we'll just pay you when it's, you know, as things are completed.
Yeah.
You know, it could be bad if it takes me a long time to complete anything, but in general, though, yeah, I just have, you know, like a taste of something a little different, I guess.
Could be nice.
Plus, if I crush it and like they give me what they think is, you know, 20 hours a week or something for the right price, and then I crank out stuff in like a fourth of the time, you know, how much would they really complain? Because they think it's worth what it's worth.
Yeah.
So they really make a bunch of money.
Definitely one upside of contracting is like if you work faster, you just get to like, well, I guess unless you're billing hourly, but a lot of contractors bill for like, oh, complete a website, fix a database issue, whatever.
Right.
That's super nice.
And that's kind of what he suggested is, you know, rather than logging hours, which would be a pain, you know, just assume certain things are going to take a certain amount of time, and then if you complete them in whatever time, you get paid as if it was at this rate.
That would be super nice.
And I'm thinking, even if it does, like maybe I work slower than that rate is, at least for a little while, you know, I'll still be kind of expanding my horizons and learning something. As long as it doesn't like persist for a long period of time, at least numerically underperforming.
I think Charles really wants to get into Fang. He just keeps talking about he wants that fat stack. But honestly, it's so underwhelming. It's like, I don't know, man. You make good money any tech job you work, and it's really no difference. What you notice more is like your coworkers and what you're doing all day. Like work is most of your day. That's why everyone leaves Fang. You chase the stack and then you're like, oh shit, this sucks. You're gonna leave. Putting the stack back where I found it.
I don't know really what to say about that. He's got a different personality.
Yeah.
He goes hard, so, you know, at this job, he like you said, is a more core to the project and everything. So it seems like in that regard, at least him going hard is like very much contributing to the company.
Yeah, exactly. If you go hard at Amazon, I don't know what you contribute, some prettier docs or something. Oh, dude, that flowchart you made is really pretty. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Or you complete more tickets than anyone could do.
Yeah. Yeah, he might get stuck in the hamster wheel.
My family were
Kind of
poor enough that we.
Oh.
And those like to spend $30 on me back then, why? Right? Thinking that I was like, oh, and the only reason John got prescription goggles was because his eyesight is so bad. And even Adam, I mean, my class, so even when I look at you now, I look at the dog now.
Yeah. Right.
Because Nikki's like a project manager.
Yeah.
And like the cool one is already learning now. Like you're like and also when the instructor's trying to give you the instructions far away, you can't see what you're doing.
So she like managing people more, or does she like being in a role where you have a manager and you just kind of doing everything?
You like what you do, right, Nikki? I wouldn't say she manages people. You manage projects, right? So you...
I could go into my management section if I want to.
I can't really hear.
She said she's not like a line manager, but she kind of manages people and projects and stuff.
Because people have delivery.
Yeah. Yeah. She's more like asking people for deliverables that she needs to put stuff together and track and budget and everything.
Yeah.
I keep saying she could be like a project manager in Fang, probably make like 200k. Or you like designing too, right? Like you put together good PowerPoint presentations. You'd probably enjoy using Figma and being like a UX designer, like user experience. Yeah. UX designers are like between the customer and like front end, like Brian. And they say like, oh, what does the customer need to like, you know, it's kind of what Paul does for Nemu, I guess, where it's more like designing stuff. Maybe he's putting together like mock-ups. Maybe you know a little front-end code, but it's definitely not like your forte. But those are really good too. Be pretty fun.
I get that he does like designing things like that. I don't fully understand what he does, unless that's really all he does. But
I think he codes them too.
Yeah, he's in on the dev meetings, but that's what I don't understand exactly. Is like, kind of seems like maybe the one guy that like is in like a fourth category that nobody else is in.
Yeah. That is the fourth category though, it's between the front end and the customer.
Deals with the customers?
I think so. He's isn't he in meetings with Samira and stuff? I mean, he's not C-suite, right? He's not like an owner of the company, but I think he's more towards the customers than towards the front end coding, I think.
I suppose I could see a lot of value in dealing with customers just because he does the design aspects of how things look. So like obviously he wants things to look in a way that's useful to the customer.
Yeah.
I could do that. I just don't know. I almost feel bad.
And also, having blue goggles, we're wearing like $10 goggles. That shit doesn't really work well. What if we did it all the time and it gets mistakes all the time? But not only were we not able to save, because we don't have computer goggles. Go the shit now that what it gets mistakes.
Yeah.
But today, my goggles did not let one single effing drop of water onto my effing eyes. Or eyes. Like, seriously, I was so shocked. I even popped them off and put them back on while like editing. I was like, what is this? There's no water here. It's crazy. Like, I've never had an experience where I wasn't half dead from water in my nose this time. Today was different. That's why I told you, every time I swim, I feel like I drown. Today, no, I did not feel like I drowned at all. You know why Sharon and I quit kendo? Because we got to a stage in kendo where we started having to wear armor. But to buy a full set of kendo armor and swords costs over $1,000, right? Sure, if you're doing kendo seriously, you use it for life. But when we were still, second year uni students, and that's before I even had my first part-time job, right? We literally had no money to buy freaking kendo armor. So we had to use the ones that are shared by the club. But they stink to high heaven. Like, they're the most stinking things I have ever encountered in my life. And obviously we're not gonna wear them ever. So we quit the club. But a lot of the other girls who continue are the ones who bought their own gear. And I was like, yeah, all the girls that are rich enough to buy their own gear. Whereas all the girls who are not willing to buy their own gear or not able, and not wanting to use the gear stuff that are like super stinky and hard to use and put kendo in. And we're not going to continue. And like, yeah.
Yeah.
Money makes so much difference to the life experience. The skiing's the same thing. Like, some people may think it's over the top, but I really like having my own stuff. Like, really, a lot. There's a lot of people.
Oh well. Oh, son of a bitch. I kicked off a diff like an hour ago, and I forgot to provide an argument to the max task flag, so it just didn't run.
Oh no.
I keep getting chills all down my back. Yeah, it's an excuse to not do any more work tonight.
Screaming at the absolute Doppler unk over there. Very not good.
Actually, is super annoying though. It's
Someone
just
right before that last
the same
gunshot, it
diff,
sounded
but like
like a
against
truck
future
revving
teams.
up or something like that. In gravel, throwing gravel or something.
So it's a bit redundant anyway, but I haven't quite picked up on whether she prefers the holistic diffs or the iterative ones. So since she's not online when I kick these out, sometimes like whatever, just run both.
It wasn't good. Things we won't repeat on here, but it was like blood curdling screaming. I've never witnessed anybody screaming like that. Something not good's going on. Imagine if we would have ended up warping them on it. How close we would be to that. We might have been able to see it. That's terrifying. That is wicked. Well, nobody got shot, but sure sounded like somebody did. Sounds like somebody might have got killed over there. Your vehicle. Yep. Still screaming. Sounds like somebody crying. going on, but sounds like something. Dang horror movie over there. Pretty scary. Hoping nobody's getting killed or hurt over there. That's what it sounds like. Somebody's screaming bloody murder. That's what that sounds like. Yeah. That's the most blood-curdling, they're still yelling, horrific screaming I've ever heard.
That can't still be the guy who got shot screaming. He's got to be dead by now, right?
Absolutely losing his mind over there. Complete. And maybe he shot somebody. That's the scariest thing I've ever heard. Too scary. So we're gonna go ahead and get down. We got like...
Oh, maybe it was a hunting accident and the dude got shot, but he didn't want a lawsuit, so he went over and finished the guy off or something.
What?
I don't know, this dude died. Listen to this, tons of gunshots in the middle of the woods here from these hunters. It's crazy. There's a guy like screaming bloody murder, and then there's a shot, and he kind of quiets down, and then there's like more screaming, and then like 100 shots, like so many shots. And they're still screaming. It sounds like the same guy. It's like, no way he's still alive. It's gotta be someone else. Maybe the killer is screaming. It sounds like someone saying, where's my money? You know, it could all be staged though. It could be, a lot of people stage stuff on the internet nowadays.
Yes. I've heard some stuff that I feel needs to be reported.
These guys just stumbled across like a murder or something while they're hunting.
I was hunting, me and a buddy were hunting, and at about 6:45, we heard gunshots, which is not uncommon. But then for 30 minutes straight or so, there was lots of screaming and just people obscenities, and it sounded like something really bad was going on over there, and there was 20 or more gunshots ended up happening, and then I could hear vehicles taking off and coming to a halt, and we didn't know what to do, and we had no service, so we were trying to report and see if anything had been reported about there. I have pins dropped on a map about how far we were from where we think this was occurring. My name is Nicholas Andrews. So after that hunt, you can see we alerted proper authorities, and the days following that event, I had some contact with the state game warden, and they told me that they found nothing on this situation, and they went in there, and there was nothing to be found. But in the end, we heard something that was really disturbing. We didn't know what it was. So what we learned in this situation is to always know what authorities you should contact should something like this happen. The remoteness of the area we were at, we had contacted the police department, and it was out of their jurisdiction, then the sheriff's department, then the game warden.
After this happened to us, I think we'll take it a little more serious now to, do our homework on who we should call on the area that we're going to if something like this were to happen to us again. Another thing I would say I learned
I'm gonna
is
chill because Vi might wrap up behind me
let
and try to
somebody
gank
else
him.
know where you're going to be
Not
at.
that
when
thing
you're
you
out there
posted about
whoever you're with, like
the compassion or whatever.
Keith and just said, here's where we're going.
You know,
So they know where we're at. We feel like it's something that we've taken for granted up to this point as we're traveling around to all these different public areas.
No,
a lot of times we're just throwing a tent up on the side of the road.
Yeah, you posted like this, I don't know if it's, I assume it's a Christian thing or whatever, but it's like written like C.S. Lewis's Screw Tape letters or whatever, where the demons are talking to each other about how to take down humanity.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the empathy thing, whatever, empathy's a sin. Like.
Yeah, that. So, I haven't read the article, but there's this headline: Dem Senate candidate. It's not simple to tell rioters not to riot because they have legitimate pain. Whatever you think about that weird article, that's exactly what it's pointing out. That they can't. You can empathize, bro. Don't even think about it. Just empathize. Russia adds Facebook parent company to terrorist list.
Wait, what's Facebook's parent company?
Probably just Meta. Right?
Oh yeah,
Or
true.
whatever.
I thought they just rebranded, but maybe.
Russia puts Meta, Facebook parent company, on terrorist list.
That's amazing. It's because they blocked their 2016 political ads.
The US political ad?
No, like the whatchamacallit. 2016 election, remember? Russia interfered.
Oh, we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I watched this like dumb thing last night. Is like I survived 100 days of nuclear Armageddon, and it was just kind of one of those like infographic. What if this thing happened? What where, and just kind of goes through like a scenario.
Yeah.
And but there's like 4 of them that goes up to like 400 days in or something. And yeah, it's kind of dumb or whatever. It's just some like stories somebody made up about what would happen if you found yourself as like one of the few survivors in a nuclear blast during Armageddon, basically. But it's still kind of a little freaky, just thinking like, it's just a story, but at the same time, in general, like, yeah, I mean, everywhere is just getting nuked. Things would just kind of break down, and like, what would you do?
Yeah.
I don't know. Good luck. I want to say that like it's pretty unlikely that happens in the near future, but you never know. It just as usually could. And then, like, man. Kind of my angle on it at the moment is it's not so much of like would Putin use tactical nukes or worse, or like does he care?
Yeah. I don't think his officers would obey him if he did try to use one, because like sure he's dying of cancer, but like the next guy's not. He's gonna be like, fuck this.
Right.
Like,
although that Chechen guy is like, hell yeah, let's do it.
yeah. Right. That guy's fucking crazy though. And Putin already has ignored him on a few things. I don't know if Putin, like, he talks to Putin, but I don't know how much Putin listens to what he says. That guy is like the reincarnation of, what's his face? Rasputin. Bro, quit taking that tower, bro.
Yeah, I'm not saying that guy's in control of anything. He sounded to me like he's more just like a puppet government guy, so he can just say ridiculous stuff because he's not going to ultimately make that decision anyway. I watched this interesting video about, they call it like rolling thunder, like a military tactic where you, basically what the Ukrainians have been doing, which is why I read an article about it, but where you just like take your tanks and shit, and instead of like trying to fight on the front line and like, and win like this tactical battle, you just kind of say fuck it, and you just plow into the enemy lines and just blow past the front line and just cause a bunch of chaos. But it's such like an assertive thing that it disrupts the enemy because they don't like know what to do. All of a sudden, you just blew right past us, now they're behind us. Like you fuck up their supply lines and shit.
But
Yeah.
it was so I guess what the Ukrainians, I guess, have been doing. But it was contrasting the, I don't know if it was the Russians or the Soviets at the time, but they had an instance doing that in Grozny. And I don't know if that's like Chechnya. I don't really know much about it. But some war they had, over in the Eastern Europe or something. And then comparing it to like us in Iraq. And I guess it was a huge blunder for the Russians because they tried to do that and then it just kind of didn't work. Like they flew in there and then the enemy didn't really fold. And then they got like 90% of the Russian or the Soviet or whoever army, like that unit was just completely destroyed.
Oh man.
But then the Americans, I think it was Iraq they were talking about. Yeah, because we were taking down Saddam Hussein. It was like so successful that we basically just won a war in 3 days against, like, apparently Iraq at the time was like one of the premier military forces in the world. And we just took them out in like inside a week or something.
Yeah, you should do it more.
But the way the article told it was semi-interesting because it wasn't like the initial plan on the U.S. side of things to do that. It was just like we had kind of come in and engaged the enemy some, and then they just found that like in a chaotic situation, our guys like performed really well, and the enemy like really didn't know what to do in those situations. They weren't trained in that way or whatever. So like the right, general or whatever was just like, hey, I don't think they can handle this. Let's just fucking drive it all the way home, straight up to the capital. And then, yeah, I guess in a matter of about 3 days, we just completely folded their army. And obviously we had like, technology on our side and all that, but pretty interesting.
That's crazy.
That's the 60-second version anyways. Yes, I remember, I think it was in 7th grade, and, just in class or whatever, and then all of a sudden they took us to, like, one of the other classrooms, just packed in there, because they had it on TV when they were pulling down the statue of Saddam Hussein. Kind of weird.
Yeah.
Didn't even know really what was going on. He was just a kid.
Right. They were showing that actually because of Putin shelling Kiev and stuff yesterday. They were showing the US shelling of Iraq in 2003, and it's like the same thing. We're just like apartment buildings just blowing up and stuff. And then the US is like, oh no, those are military targets. But it's like what Russia's saying, it's totally bullshit. They were just bombing anything and everything just to like create a show of force, right? It's like,
oh man,
pretty bad. It looks like the exact same thing as the Russian bombings right now.
Wow. One thing you can't really forget about that too is that it would have worked, like pretty much guaranteed Russia would have won the war a long time ago if we didn't start, funneling in our weapons and stuff and providing like our resources to Ukraine. Because like even if it drug out longer and they didn't quite, invade Kyiv, like they kind of almost were going to invade Kyiv and then they just backed out.
even in that scenario, though, if we didn't supply all these arms and stuff to Ukraine, along with Europe and stuff, you know, like, they would be completely doomed.
Yeah. It's crazy how good Ukraine's doing. I mean, granted, we're helping them so much.
I think it's like their people are capable and perhaps not as corrupt as the Russians, and plus, you know, they have the more motivation because, like, their country's just getting completely fucked. Whereas Russia is, like, willingly just bleeding people, but, like, their interior is fine, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, Ukraine just, aside from that, though, they have, like, the will, but they definitely don't have the resources if we don't provide them. Interesting to read all this stuff though and think about it. Because, like, you know, it's a bunch of propaganda, obviously. But it sounds like the Russian, like, individual army, you know, soldiers, like, obviously they know they're there to fight a war now, but, like, it sounds very lost. And it's super sad that Ukraine's fucking their shit up. And you have to wonder, like, how much these poor Russian guys really even care to be there. Like, they don't think they believe in the mission or anything.
No, you saw those leaks.
Most of them, you know? They're just, like, getting their shit pushed in.
Yeah.
And dying for it, you know? And it's like, I don't know what you're gonna do, man.
You saw those leaked calls, right? Where, like, their moms are totally convinced by the Russian propaganda. They're like, no, you're killing Nazis. And the guys are like, there's no Nazis here, Mom. We're just, like, killing innocent people. And they all hate us and no one wants us to be here. And the mom's like, oh, I don't believe that's true. It's like, oh man.
Jeez.
So sad. Yeah, no one wants to be there, especially the conscripts. They hate it. Dude, the conscripts aren't even being given ammo until they're on the front lines because they're afraid of a rebellion. Like, that's how much the conscripts don't want to be there. It's such a shit show. Like, it's always been hard to fight a war because of how unpopular wars are, right? You need to stage a tragedy first, like we did for Vietnam. Otherwise, no one wants to do it.
Yeah. Vietnam's interesting. I don't know like a ton about Vietnam, but it seems to me that it was kind of a boondoggle or whatever, but I don't think we were getting as fucked up as the Russians are getting right now.
No. Not even close.
It sounded more like, you know, Iraq or Afghanistan, where like we're way better, you know, military. It's just that there are all these guerrilla fighters like popping in and out of all over the place. Whereas in Ukraine, like, it's just straight up war, and the Russians are super failing hard.
Yeah. It's funny, it's technically they haven't declared war yet, but they think they might. Belarus is sending in troops now. They're making like a joint army with Russia. Apparently Russia recruited like 1 million people or something, and Belarus is adding like 500,000. They're both gonna like push just straight for Kyiv, kind of like America did to Berlin in World War II, just straight to the capital.
Oh yeah.
So we'll see what happens. It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I thought it was like, or maybe it was because you said that Russia was ultimately drafting like 1 million people, but I think, at least for the moment, it's like only 300,000 in the first wave, if you want to call it that. But also part of the problem is that they can't, well, maybe Russia will because they're savage like that, but they can't really just throw 300,000 people into the mix. They have to at least mildly train them.
Right.
You know?
Apparently they had no training. They said 2 days after they got on the bus, they're like on the front lines. It's crazy.
Yeah. I read and this could easily be just propaganda. I don't know, some website that just has a bunch of articles about this that keep getting linked, but they suggested that they might be sending some of them that way, like just straight on the bus, straight to the front line, but just like enough cannon fodder to try to stem the losses so that they have time to train the real force to send in later. That can make some sense, I don't know. But if Belarus is got actually 500,000 more that sent in, again, it's like, sounds like Ukraine kicking ass, but like, presumably they pretty much are putting their full effort into it already. So like, I don't know, you know, if 500,000 people start pouring over the border in Belarus, I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do about that. You know, they say like war is hell, but it seems to me that it can be more hell for certain armies. As I was reading a while ago about, it was, I think, the Iran-Iraq war. I don't even remember who won, but, oh yeah, the reason I was reading it is because that Soleimani guy that we assassinated was in that war, like, as just a normal soldier before he got all promoted and shit. And I think it was Iran, the Iranian tactics were like, there'd be like a minefield, and they would just march a bunch of infantry across the minefield to blow up all the mines by stepping on them so that they could roll their tanks through without losing too many tanks.
I remember that, yeah.
It's like, can you fucking believe that shit?
That's crazy.
Yeah. And like, I don't know. It sounds like absolutely brutal and terrible, and I suppose that's because it is, but at the same time, I suppose if you don't have a real way of clearing those mines and you don't have another option, that is a tactic, then I don't know if they end up winning or losing, but, you know, presumably they cleared a bunch of mines and rolled some tanks around somewhere.
Yeah.
A lot of these articles are pointing out how an escalation in this war doesn't really serve our interests, so we should be pressuring Ukraine and Russia to come to some sort of a peace deal. And I think that's like a really interesting political thing, because it seems like Russia doesn't really have a good claim here to why they should be able to annex this territory.
Yeah, exactly. That's so dumb. It's like Elon Musk's proposal for peace. It's like, give Russia everything they want and end the war. It's like, yeah, but you shouldn't be able to start a war and get whatever you want. That's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like just what's the word? I don't know. But yeah, you're just like accepting the fact that they conquered some land just so that things don't continue. I don't know, because Ukraine has a legit, you know, like reason to keep fighting, that they don't want, because that they already lost Crimea, and that basically one of the things that led to this, right? So like, what are they gonna do? Just let them take it, and then in 10 years, Russia's gonna invade again, you know? Yeah, it doesn't seem, from the Ukraine perspective, if they think that they can win that territory back, it seems to be in their interest to do so.
Yeah, they should take it all back. They should take Crimea back too. Like honestly, Russia's being such a dick in all this. They have like no claim to anything. So I don't know. That peace talk shit is so dumb.
Yeah.
Even if Russia threatens nukes, it's like, well, you're just gonna let him, because he's gonna do that next time then too. Just keep threatening nukes, like getting what he wants. It's like a North Korea thing, right?
Yeah.
Can't tolerate that shit. It's like why you don't negotiate with terrorists.
Right. So yeah, in that sense, like what can we do to continue? But then at the same time, from our interest or perspective, you know, I can see how it is in our interest to just stop a war that's like disrupting a lot of things globally, etc. Even if it kind of gives Russia a pass to a degree. You know, I'm not saying that I support that necessarily, but it is an argument. And it's basically just Machiavellian, you know? It's like, what can we get out of this?
Right.
But poor Ukrainians just kind of, they're already either way, you know? A bunch of infrastructure's been blown up. Like, Mariupol or whatever is like completely destroyed, right? Like, complete city is just wiped out.
Oh yeah, there's several cities that are just completely like rubble now.
Yeah. So like, this just a shit situation all the way around. I wonder if we'll ever find out what happened to the Nord Stream pipeline.
I don't know. That Columbia professor said it was us though. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I mean it very well could be. I just kind of have no idea. Could be anybody. Could be the Israelis. No, I don't know if they have. I think Israel's kind of like trying to be nice with Russia or something. So they're kind of always like in the middle of everything. And, you know, the walls closing in on them all the time. But
yeah.
But yeah, the thing with that is like it'd be better if Europe voluntarily, and it seems like they already were, just pretty much denying Russia the sale of that gas anyway. But maybe it's not politically feasible to keep that up if they have a hard winter and energy prices are soaring and all that. Like politically, maybe it's not feasible for them to continue that unless they sabotage it covertly. And then the people would be like, well, it's not an option to start buying from Russia again, so now we just kind of have to bear it. And like, probably nobody really feels like they should be on Russia's side, so maybe that's just the, the more feasible path.
Yeah.
They're saying like, maybe Russia bombed it themselves. I don't know. I just feel like that's kind of doubtful.
But then
again, I guess
I don't know. Everyone could do it. Ukraine has motivation to do it, right? To like create more pressure on Europe to help in the effort, or to make it look like Russia might have done it. Russia could do it either to hurt Europe or to make it look like America did it to frame us, right? America could have done it either to make Germany buy our gas, or to put pressure on Russia because now they can't sell to Europe, or to like frame Russia for it. So Russia could be trying to frame us. We could be trying to frame Russia. There's like 8 different people who have some kind of interest in blowing up Nord Stream. But does it even matter? I read that Nord Stream doesn't even supply like that much gas. Like what the one they chose to turn off was like way more. I forget what that was. Gazprom or whatever.
Well, my understanding is that there's actually 2 pipelines. There's Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2, and that one of them hasn't been operational because it's the newer one. So I think it's Nord Stream 2. But then the one that got bombed, I'm under the impression that that's the one that has been active, at least in the past. And whether or not they were selling it right now, it is the one that, is full of gas and everything and like had been being used. That's my understanding. I could be wrong though. But that'd be funny if like, is it Sweden that's always neutral? Or
Switzerland? Yeah.
Switzerland goes in there and just finds a bunch of holes in different spots, and it's like, so this was the Americans, that one's the Russians, and this one's the Ukrainians. Everybody bought.
That'd be hilarious. I wonder what the ecological impact of that is, though, because like I'm pretty sure that what kind of gas is that again? Propane? Is that what it said that?
I don't even know.
I'm not super sure now, but I thought whatever kind of gas it was, I'm pretty sure. I guess I'm not pretty sure. I think maybe it's a worse greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide by like a significant amount. So there's that. But then also like, what does that do to the sea there? Like just bubbling a bunch of gas through the water, I wonder if that's bad for the water. Like, does it absorb into it, or?
Yeah. I don't know. I think it probably goes through as bubbles, right? Because it's shown bubbling on the surface, then goes in the atmosphere.
Right. But, like if you bubble oxygen through the water, it oxygenates the water. So is it like methanating the water or some shit?
I don't know.
Turning the frogs gay? You ever timed how fast, like how many words per minute you read?
No. I tried that like Blinkist or whatever where it like flashes the words at you in the middle of the screen. And it's crazy how fast you can read. Like, I don't even remember, but it's super fast. I was like, that's
Really?
cool. Probably never gonna read that way though.
Yeah.
I think there's a study that showed your attention isn't as good too when you're reading that way.
I don't even know what that is. I've never heard of that before. I've read a little bit about it. And yeah, there's certain ranges that are like fast or slow for the average person. And of course, if you're like reading something technical, it's going to be slower. If you're reading something trying to learn it, like maybe not that technical, but still some kind of learning thing, you're probably going to read slower. But if you're just like reading a normal book, probably going to read a little bit faster than otherwise, and then of course people fall into either slow or fast readers.
Yeah.
But yeah, these like speed reading techniques, you can only get so much faster before you start losing comprehension.
Yeah. What sucks about the ones that flash the words at you too, though, is you can't take a break because it keeps going, right? You can't just pause it. Or if you do, you forget what the context was. Like if you pause, go get a drink and come back, there's only one word on the screen, so you don't know like what context it's in. And then they showed that like your comprehension when you're reading is, or like what you remember is actually really related to where on the page stuff is. Like the paragraph structure and everything helps a lot for your understanding of everything as a whole. And so like these apps just kind of like suck. They were like such a fad 5 years ago or something, maybe longer, because I remember Jason showing me and being, this is the coolest thing ever. And it is cool. You can read like quote unquote 200 words a minute. It's like YouTube at 3 times speed or whatever. But like you just don't remember much of it. I think it's way better to like listen to a podcast while you're at the gym. I think that's like the best possible, right? Because you're taking advantage of the downtime and you have good comprehension because all you're doing is like lifting weights. You can listen pretty intently to whatever you got on.
Yeah. That is true. Yeah, I don't know how legit it was, I just found some website where you read like a thing timed and then tells you how many words per minute you read. and they say a lot of these places are saying the average person reads 250 a minute, and I think I was like more towards 200, especially if I'm not trying hard. You know, obviously if you're trying to achieve a higher number, you're going to read a little faster than you normally would. But so it's making me all self-conscious, like, you know, oh man, I'm on the slow end. But then at least in Firefox, you can like press whatever button thing if you're on like an article, and it'll turn it into like I don't know what it's called, but it'll change all the text to like the same font and display it in a way that's easier to read, at least compared to some websites. You know, make like the instead of having a white background, it'll have like a little bit of a yellowish background that's a little easier on the eyes, type of thing.
That's cool.
But it'll estimate the amount of time it'll take to read this article, and I presume that's based on like the average person. And I've been reading significantly faster than that suggests. So I'm wondering if I'm like, it's one of those things where like the people who are concerned with how fast I read are like college, you know, students or something. And of course, if you're in college, you're probably already, you know, towards the higher end of average as far as like consuming information, etc.
Yeah.
So maybe the average person doesn't like test that, and therefore the quote-unquote average words per minute is actually based on like a subset of people that's already faster than average. Which puts me on the slow end of fast.
I don't know, when it comes to articles and stuff and like politics, I just skim that shit anyway. Read the first sentence of every paragraph. The rest is just like commentary, it's all BS. Like, okay, well, what actually happened? Okay, it's just one tweet. Okay, I'll just read the tweet, thanks. Like, I don't need all this commentary with tweet. Oh, previously Elon Musk had said he's going to Mars. It's like, I already know.
Yeah, a lot of these articles, actually, this is a thing that's been a long time. Usually the media stuff is supposed to be in the first like third of the article. And then the further you get in to the details, they're like either less consequential or like more of a recap or whatever.
Yeah.
Details you don't really need to know to get the gist of it. Kind of like, you know, the headline should almost tell you the whole thing. If it's a good headline, anyway, it should almost tell you the whole point in the first place.
Yeah. A lot of them now don't put the actual tweet in the beginning, though. I've been finding it like way down towards the end. It's super annoying. I'm like, God damn, I know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, it's like very often the case in the Daily Wire. So like half the articles I read on there is, yeah, Elon Musk said blah blah blah, and I know instantly. You just scroll down several pages and there's the tweet. You click on the link, and then you just see his hot take or the video or whatever. Those are the worst. And there are times when I would prefer to read it, I guess, because maybe I'm in a situation where I don't want to like be blasting a video on my phone in public or whatever.
Right.
But if I'm just at home, it's like, oh, so you're just going to quote everything this person says in the 30-second clip. I'm just going to watch it for a second. Venmo responded to my 1-star review.
Oh, yeah.
And they were like, that information was mistakenly pushed out about confiscating funds. And they said it in the most, like, you know, uncontroversial way they could or whatever. And then I also said, like, and also I really hate that, you know, by default they make all your transactions public. They clearly don't have respect for privacy to make it like an opt-out policy. And I didn't, you know, say it in any kind of flowery language. It was just blunt. And they were like, you can turn that off in your privacy setting. You just have privacy or whatever. It's like, okay, well then just make it a default and ask you, do you want to share? Or, they were trying to paint it as like it's a social media like friend type of feature where you get to show your friend your transactions. And I'm like, I don't know why you want to do that, but it certainly seems to me that like by default, nobody knows what my transactions are. Like it's private information unless I choose to share it. So like why would that be the default? That's stupid. I should have canceled it just based on that a long time ago. But yeah, I mean whatever mistake it was about putting that information out about confiscating funds, it seems to me that wasn't developed in a vacuum. Like there were people that were signing on to this, like, yeah, we should do this.
Matt, did we have
Next April.
Huh. Got a notification that Venmo responded to my review and that I could edit my review. Well, when I go to edit it, it's just been removed, like it doesn't exist. Like, okay, well, I'll just leave another 1 star, I guess.
Hey, welcome back, Tech Lead here. How's everybody doing out there, by the way? I hope everyone's doing well. You know, now that we're not talking about crypto anymore, we've all lost our money in this whole thing. We don't know if crypto is going to come back. I don't know what we're doing anymore. But in retrospect, maybe it was just this foolish race in which I don't even know what we were chasing actually in the first place. Money, I realize, you see, money is stupid. It's useless. More and more so in this age. I wanted to continue from our last discussion about how financial independence and money really is becoming more and more useless over time, and although many of us continue to chase it, I kind of feel that in the future most people will not really need money. It's going to become quite this useless thing because these days all we do need is just like a phone, a laptop, and we can just have a great time in our digital worlds. And especially with travel and mobility, why do people want to own anything? You just want enough to fit in a suitcase and then just travel around, and you don't really want to own anything more than that. And I know some people think, well, isn't this the whole World Economic Forum of own nothing and be happy? I don't think not owning things is a bad thing necessarily. Ownership, do you want it? Ownership is liability. Ownership is maintenance. Like a boat. Do you want to own a boat, or do you just want to ride in it? You'd probably just want to ride in it. And the same goes for houses, appliances, cars. You have to fix the house, you gotta clean it, you gotta repair the car, you have to oil change it. You've got to read the instruction manuals for the appliances and you have them maintained for and cared for. So all of this discussions, taking a step back, has gotten us to the point where money is, in my view, I don't chase it anymore. And it all made me start questioning, what have I been doing with my whole life chasing productivity? What is productivity in the first place? You know, most of us would equate productivity with success and financial success in particular, but you know, I think our first step is we need to redefine productivity, and it's not going to be what most people think it is. So for example, let's say you take a 1-week vacation to Hawaii. Now on this vacation, if you were to pull out your laptop and start working, most people would say that you're wasting your time. You're ruining the whole vacation. What are you doing? Put that laptop away and go enjoy the short time you have on this vacation. And actually trying to get any work done on this vacation would be considered anti-productive compared to the amount of investment, time, and cost that you put into this vacation. You're wasting that whole vacation. Right? That's not productive if you try to get work done on a vacation because of the limited amount of time that you have. And here's another example, reading. You know, for most students, reading is a very productive activity, but actually, if you're to go to your job, pull out the book and start reading it, your boss would probably fire you for it being unproductive. And so for me, as well as for yourself, you need to redefine productivity to whatever makes sense for the current stage in life that you're at. And, you know, maybe universally up until a certain age, it's very easy. We can just be on autopilot and chase money, financial success. That's a universal thing everybody kind of needs. But at some point, you need to get off of that autopilot and define what else you're going after, because money over time, and I think even now, it just may not be the most impactful element in your life anymore. And arguably, I would say most of us no longer are even chasing money without us even knowing it. For example, we all live comfortable lives. Most of us do. Like, you can get all the food you want. You can get the clothes you want, the furniture you want. You're probably living in basic accommodations, and any additional money you have, you're throwing it into investments and cryptocurrencies and stocks. And what I think some people are really after is status. Right? Like, the reason people buy a Rolex watch and not the cheapo depot Walmart watches is because they want the status. And so maybe the conundrum for me is that in a world where everybody is deploying money in order to achieve social status through nice watches, nice clothes, and fancy cars and bigger houses, I don't know where I fit in, and really I just have no use for this money when everybody's deploying it for something that I just see no value in. Now, another point about productivity is occasionally people come and ask me what they should do with their lives, what do I think about a major that they're doing, and my response is always the same, which is do what you enjoy, do what you like. And the reason I say this is twofold. Number one is because whatever you choose to do, you need to be in the top 10%. So if you're not enjoying whatever you're doing, like if you're just doing it for, say, money or productivity's sake because you think it's going to make you productive or successful, I mean, that type of motivation may not be sufficient to get you into the top 10% of whichever field you want to do. So for example, if you enjoy cooking actually, and you don't really like cooking, but then maybe you should cook because the fact is given
Sorry
to
to hear
professions.
you're having trouble with the app. We recommend reinstalling the app. They were having a problem. They were complimenting you. Automatic response.
They've got Twitter bots that do that too all the time. You'll say something that like somehow involves chicken and KFC, they'll like comment like a coupon code, and it's like, what? It's funny because sometimes it's in totally like unrelated or like, you know, like the wrong context. Like Someone will be making sex jokes, and then KFC will chime in with like a coupon code or something. Like what? Everything's bots now, man. All the articles online are written by AI. All the like support threads and the quote unquote chat with Verizon and all that, it's all bots, 100% bots. Is this I forget what it's called, this dystopian theory that like at some point the internet will be like 99.9% bots and AI and AI conversations and content, and like it'll be like screaming into a void as the only person, and you're like trying to find out if there's any other people, and you just can't tell because they're mostly bots, but there's some people out there you're just never sure who's who. It's like such a depressing thing to think about. We're like, I don't know, at least Twitter, you're still pretty sure most people are real people, but I don't know.
Or at least the people you're commenting on that are celebrities or whatever.
Yeah, that too.
But then again, depending on the person, they probably manage their account with bots.
Right.
choices. I mean, either one you can be incredibly successful at, right? There are examples of both. You just need to be in the top 10% of whichever you choose. And the other thing is you're probably going to fail like 3 times before you actually make a successful business. So I would assume that whatever you're doing, you're going to fail. And then you're going to do it again and you're going to fail after that. And you're going to fail one more time after that. And then maybe the third or fourth venture, you're actually going to get something off of the ground. And by then, 10 years would have passed already. You'd have given up some of the best years of your life. And so it makes sense to me that you choose something that you enjoy doing, not only for success, but such that you're using your time wisely. And so I often get contacted by people every day actually with money-making opportunities as if they think I'm motivated by money, whereas I don't even know who these people are. I would say that making money is a terrible reason to start a business. Rather, a good reason is because there's certain people you want to work with and you just want to get to know better, and it is this journey that's just going to be fun with everybody involved. And so in my mind, my prerequisites for expanding my business is not business need. It's not to make money, but rather it is having people around me that I actually want to work with, who I think are competent and smart, who I think we can do some great things with. And I don't have those people around me at this point, or perhaps as an introvert, I haven't cultivated such relationships, and that's just the path that I'm on. Now, the next thing I want to know is that I don't think mindset matters much. You know, there's a lot of productivity advice out there online. You can hear the CEOs giving out their advice, but I would say most of them, they probably achieve their wealth before they even heard a single word of productivity advice, right? Like they just put in the work. So maybe some of us just aren't putting in the time, or we just don't want it enough, and we are always finding excuses and self-rationalizing why we're not able to do the things.
Yeah,
Like,
phone
it's kind of
games
like
are
how
such
you see so
trash.
many fat people around. You see so many poor people around too, and they're always coming up with excuses and reasons for why they're not doing what they're supposed to do. They know what they should do, and they don't because they find reasons why. Like, it's pretty easy to lose weight. We all know how to do that. You have to exercise and eat less. And the same thing with finances as well. And so isn't it a scary thought that most people, maybe they're exactly where they deserve to be or where they want to be? And so here's the thought. Assuming that money makes money, the amount of money that each of us have is exactly the amount that we're capable of putting to work, that we're capable of deploying as capital. And if you don't have much, it simply means that you weren't able to put it to work. And some of those who are really good at putting money to work, like say Warren Buffett, have a lot because they know how to deploy that. So if you don't have enough, it just means that you're not capable of handling that amount of money, right? If you got it, you would probably just lose it. Whereas the other people, if they get it, they're able to continue compounding upon that. So you have maybe exactly as much money as you're capable of handling, right? And if you give a homeless person money, they're just going to blow it on drugs, and they don't have much at all. And that's business. So maybe in a perverted sense, we all have exactly as much money as we need. And that's simply because we self-rationalize excuses for ourselves. We do what we want, we got to the point we are in our lives, self-rationalize the entire path, and convinced ourselves that we're smart. You're not smart, okay? You made so many mistakes in your life. The path that you took, I would never take. I would never do these stupid, idiotic things that you keep doing, that you continue to do, and that you're about to do. And yet you self-rationalize and you refuse to listen to advice. Most advice is ignored. Did you see Elon Musk? He gave a bunch of advice on Ukraine, and people ignored him and started arguing with him. You've got Zelensky arguing with Elon Musk. I mean, you take a look at some of the caliber of these people. I'm ex-Google, ex-Meta, okay? Tech lead. You take a look at Elon Musk. He's this CEO, brilliant. And then you've got Zelensky. He's an actor, arguing with these people, thinking that they're maybe even possibly smarter than these people. That, I mean, it's like arguing with a pig. Okay? And you've got this pig, sometimes they're putting on lipstick, lip injections, piercings, tattoos, and they think they're smarter than you. Don't talk back, right? Don't even try. Learn some respect. And hey, if you can build a rocket company or get into Google, then okay, maybe you can start talking. And speaking of, if you want to learn to get into Google or Facebook, check out my program, techinterviewpro.com, open to all. You know, starting salaries like $250K, I was getting paid $600K as a staff software engineer at Facebook. I passed interviews for both these companies. And by the way, to answer a common question, what's the difference between techinterviewpro.com and say LeetCode or some other resource? And I would say this, no single resource is going to be sufficient for you to land a job at these top tier tech companies, right? They're very difficult to get to. And I would say, get your hands on as many of these materials as possible, and together it's going to be this collection of study materials and resources that together will create the foundation for knowledge that will help you pass those interviews with flying colors. And the more preparation that you have, the better. You cannot be over prepared for this stuff. Alright, and then one more tip for your success and productivity, and that is generally to work smart and not hard. So oftentimes it makes more sense to be in the right place at the right time in the right industry. And so if I were giving advice to a student, for example, I would say that the dream jobs of their generation and the biggest opportunities of their lifetimes have yet to be seen, right? Like these jobs are not invented yet, and the opportunities are unknown right now, but you have to keep your eye open on upcoming trends and technology. You know, maybe it's going to be like an architect in the metaverse, for example, or maybe it will be an AI-generated art or any virtual influencers, but if you go simply down the well-trodden paths, you know, those typically are oversaturated and there's not much opportunity left in those. And then if you can, for whatever you do, learn to automate it, learn to scale it, free up your time, because to me, I would say productivity is doing what you enjoy with your time. That'll do for me. Let me know some of your tips on success and productivity. If you like the video, give a like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Thanks, bye.
Who? Interesting.
This person from Serbia, she was a swim national swimmer.
Whoa.
Oh, like she was professional.
Are you sure that the swimming lessons are not like Olympic swimming lessons?
No, she does teach. She coaches people who are competitive swimmers.
Oh.
But she also likes to teach family. And also she teaches just survival swimming or technique coaching for competitive swimming. This adult swimming. Like she does everything. But she does coach competitive swimming. Wonder how much it costs. So apparently she's been a swimming instructor, obviously. And she spent 8 years. So she has parent and me classes, 3 classes, advanced stage, distance swimming, triathlon, lifestyle preparation. So she's like a super experienced. She also has lifestyle.
That's cool. Are you gonna do it? Or are you good? Are you gonna do it?
I'm gonna practice.
Yeah, I think you can learn on your own. If you picked it up tonight on your own, I think you're fine.
And then afterwards,
I don't know if you need training, unless you're doing like competitive swimming or something. No. Yeah.
let's see how much it costs. That would definitely help. But I also feel like, yes, most of it is just practicing your own. But I would like some people to without having Caroline with me, both of the cards, she randomly gives tips, and I was like, oh, okay. And it's like pretty helpful.
I feel like skiing has a higher skill differential though. Like unless you're competitive swimming, there's just not that much to know. Like you just kind of float and move your arms. I don't know.
You're not going other things.
But like skiing has moguls and stuff. What do you get with swimming? Like there's not really. Yeah, but what do you get with swimming? Like swimming is just swimming. It's like swimming is like tying your shoes, right? Or like there's like nothing more to it. Unless you're like trying to set records and stuff. I don't know. If you want to get like an Olympic coach, you can get one. I mean, it's your money.
I know, I mean, she doesn't just do Olympic coaching, she does basic Arab swimming. But basically, the whole coaching. Like a life is.
I don't think there's much for you to learn, but if you want to try it, it's your money.
Yep, she is expensive. That's expensive. 30 minutes is $100. But considering that, like, gym, for example, or depending on whether you have. It's actually not that bad. Not that any of them are good. Are swimming lessons cheaper in the suburbs? The wake beds are cheaper in the suburbs?
I don't know. I just don't know what you gain from swimming lessons, regardless of how expensive it is. Like Olympic coach or regular coach, swimming lessons are for like kids, right? Who are like too dumb to figure it out on their own. But like if you can learn on your own, you're just good. Like I don't know. It'd be like taking jogging lessons. Like I don't know. What are you gonna learn about jogging? Like oh, stand a little bit more upright, or like take shorter steps or something. But like that's just stuff you could kind of figure out or Google. I don't know. Like if you can swim, you can swim. I don't think there's much depth to it.
Do you get the little flippers?
But like, for example, I don't know anything apart from like backstroke and freestyle. But like, there's a little ways to swim like butterfly and breaststroke. And
Yeah.
I have zero idea how to
You
do
could
it.
try that. You're not going to do that if you're like in a survival situation. You're never going to do breaststroke or doggy paddle if you're trying to like live, because they just take more energy. They're just for showing off in sports, right? But just the overhand swimming is like the way to do it, right? If you're trying to get off of a ship. Yeah. Where it's like whatever. Where you're doing like the windmill thing, right? That's the way to do it. Yeah. The rest is just BS fancy stuff for if you're trying to get off of a silver medal or something. I don't know.
Really? Freestyle is the most efficient one?
Yeah, that's all you need to know. And like floating on your back to survive for a long time. But like you don't need to know breaststrokes. Or I mean, you can do breaststrokes in the pool. Like it doesn't take anything to just do breaststrokes. You can just go do it. But it takes more energy.
Does?
Yeah. It's way more energy to do breaststrokes and doggy paddle. The only reason to do it is for Olympic sports because it's like cooler or it uses different muscles, right? But their times are always lower with breaststroke and doggy paddle or whatever. I don't even think they have Olympic doggy paddling.
They kind of bob down, do a weird bob like.
Yeah, the breaststrokes. Yeah. That's always slower than the overhand swim. But it's cool. It's just different muscles.
But why is everyone doing that in the pool?
Because it's like a good workout, right? You go to the pool for a workout, not to learn how to like survive.
Do you think I don't need to learn breaststroke?
No, you can go do breaststroke on your own. I don't think you need an Olympian to train you to breaststroke.
And one of our lessons, right, we've actually progressed to learning a different backstroke and freestyle. Like, no matter what they try to tell us about how to move our legs and arms, we just didn't know how. Our already had them.
Yeah, but he did it tonight. Just figured it out. He just figured out how to float though.
No, because we already had lessons in them.
I think you can just learn the breaststroke. If you want, I can show you how to, but it's pretty self-explanatory. You just like do the motion. I don't know. Like I never had anybody teach me. I didn't have any lessons on any of it.
I'm pretty sure you had no lessons on strokes back when.
No, of course not. They don't teach kids breaststroke.
You have. We actually have lessons on different strokes. Like we have proper lessons.
Drew, did we learn breaststroke in our swimming lessons? I think they just had us hold our breath underwater, and then they taught us the overhand thing in like the last day, and that was like it.
What kind of basics?
I don't remember
It's for
exactly,
kids.
but we
Swimming
definitely
lessons are
did
just to like
things
keep kids busy, right?
No, that's just a stupid way. Like our swimming lessons in Australia are great over time. The more you learn, the more stuff they teach you. Until eventually.
Matt, you're totally miscalculating
Most Australian
the
kids
effectiveness
are like
factor of your way of getting fit. My professional and personal.
Like most of them become pretty good swimmers and know like 5 different strokes.
Okay. I mean, if you want to learn like 13 strokes and get like a 2-minute mile or whatever it is, you can get an Olympian coach. I'm not against using your money for it if you want. If it makes you happy. Bananas.
Huh?
Bananas. Oh, banana.
I said isn't that nice? But...
Oh. I thought you said banana.
Bananas. Ooh, banana. Alright, well, that's probably pretty good.
Alright, I'll see you, man.
Catch you later, dude.
Later.
Truly I say unto you, whoever welcomes one of these little ones in my name might be letting in a murderer or a drug. Let's get her to a detention center. You know, figure out what's going on. I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. And behold, now I'm all lazy and entitled. You shouldn't have done that. Do unto others as you suspect they might want to do unto you. What is a man profited if he gain the whole world but lose his soul? A lot. He has profited a lot. One soul for the whole world, that is an amazing deal. Why do you look at the speck of dust in your brother's eye but ignore the plank in your own? Because of her emails. Yes. If a man strikes you on the right cheek, turn to him and shoot him. That is the law. If you want to be perfect, go. Sell all the possessions that you have and give the money to a solid mutual fund. By this, they will know that you are my disciple. That you say, Merry Christmas! Christ! Christmas! That's my name in there, and I put it in there because I wanted it in there so we can all celebrate Big Boy Jesus' birthday time! Okay? Okay.
Rabbi, surely you can heal me.
My child, of course I can. But who would pay for it?
I don't understand. I don't have any money.
Yes, it's a sad story, but it does not make me responsible. It is super duper easy for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. The richer the better, really. Maybe get a solid gold house, just to be sure. Love your neighbor as yourself. Unless you are better than your neighbor, then tell them that they're weird, and you do not want to bake them a cake. You have heard it said, thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say to you, any man who looks upon a woman with lust in his heart should go ahead and do what he's gotta do.
Lord, your followers grow hungry, and we have only this fish and bread.
Oh, sweet.
And we need to navigate both the journey.
We turn now to America's economic challenges. And to help us out, I want to bring in Mohammed Al-Arian. He is the chief economic advisor at financial services company Allianz. He is also president of Queen's College in Cambridge. He's good enough to join us this morning from New York. So this week was a very volatile week in the U.S. stock markets. Volatility has been ever present, I would say, during this calendar year, but this week seemed really volatile. For our audience, break it down. What's going on? What is the source, if you can identify it, of that volatility?
So the main source of this volatility is changing perceptions of the Federal Reserve. We are in this incredible situation, Major, where good news for the economy is bad news for the markets. And that's because the markets are worried that the Federal Reserve will tip us into recession by overreacting to strong economic news. Every White House I've ever covered, and it's been more than one or two, has said, the markets isn't the economy. The economy is the economy. And what markets do, markets are going to do. Even so, volatility affects people's retirement, their planning, and their sense of their medium and long-term futures. How should people be looking at that? And when they hear the president, as he did on Friday, talk about navigating this transition, what does that mean? So first, there's volatility, and there's unsettling volatility. Volatility when things go up and down, and on the whole, you're better off over time. But that's not what we've had this year. We've had unsettling volatility because we've had the stock market down by anything from 20 to 30%. We've had bonds, which are supposed to safeguard your investment, also down by about 15%. So there's been nowhere to hide. That's why people feel insecure. That's why they look at their retirement plans with concern. The president is right. We are currently on what I think of as a bumpy journey to a better destination. And we need to navigate both the journey and get ready for the destination. There is a possibility that the Federal Reserve makes another mistake and that bumpy journey actually changes the destination. That's why the markets are on edge. Is it your perspective that the Federal Reserve has already made a series of mistakes, either not acting fast enough or overreacting? So it's made two big mistakes that I think are going to go down in the history books. One is mischaracterizing inflation as transitory. By that, they meant it is temporary, it's reversible, don't worry about it. That was mistake number one. And then mistake number two, when they finally recognized that inflation was persistent and high, they didn't act. They didn't act in a meaningful way. And as a result, we risk mistake number three, which is by not easing their foot off the accelerator last year, they are slamming on the brakes this year, which will tip us into recession. So yes, unfortunately, this will go down as a big policy error by the Federal Reserve. Continuing your metaphor, slamming on the brakes, does that mean it is impossible to achieve the either literal or mythical soft landing? Even Chair Powell has gone from looking for a soft landing to a softish landing to now talking about pain. And that is the problem. That is the cost of a Federal Reserve being late. Not only does it have to overcome inflation, but it has to restore its credibility. So yes, I fear that we risk a very high probability of a damaging recession that was totally avoidable, Major. Washington, D.C. is a hyper-political town, not a news bulletin. So it tends to absorb information internationally, sometimes in personal ways. So there's a lot of chatter this week that when OPEC Plus decided and announced it was cutting production, but that was against President Biden specifically. Do you agree with that, or do you think it's a broader OPEC Plus declaration about the direction of the global economy? So first, it does hurt the U.S., and we've seen oil prices go up above $90 a barrel. What does that mean? It means that inflation, which has been coming down, now risks going up again. So that is not good for us. However, that it came as a surprise, didn't come as a surprise to me. OPEC is looking to protect oil prices in the context of declining global demand. All three major areas in the world, China, Europe, and the US, are slowing much faster, which means less demand for oil. So what does OPEC do? They cut back supply. So this shouldn't have come as a big surprise. That's what they do. That's their history. But it's certainly not good news for the US economy. Tying these things together, do you think higher gasoline prices inevitably mean higher inflation, making all the things we've discussed more complicated? And do you have a consumer price index prediction for the near future? So the next measure comes out in a few days. That's going to be for September. Headline inflation will probably come down to about 8%. But core inflation, what measures the drivers of inflation and how broad they are, is still going up. So we still have an inflation issue. Inflation will come down, Major. The question is, does it come down with a slowdown in the economy or a major recession? That is the question that's being debated right now. It's not whether we'll have inflation coming down, we will, but it's the cost of that inflation coming down. Is the jobs report this week a silver lining in all of this otherwise gloomy assessment? It certainly is. We created 263,000 jobs. That's a lot for this stage. We also reduced the unemployment rate to 3.5%. That's really low. There was one
one concern, which is that labor force participation, how many people are in the labor force, came down, and that's not good news, and it talks to the importance of focusing on human capital.
One last thing before I let you go. We have about 30 seconds. About 2 or 3 months ago, it was common for people on the web to see stagflation headlines. We are not in a stagflation situation.
We are. Growth is coming down. Inflation is still high. Unfortunately, it's not time to eliminate that term yet.
Very good. Mohammed Al-Arian, we thank you so much for your time, and we will be right back.
General Petraeus is a regular guest on DW. The 4-star general served in Iraq and Afghanistan and was the head of the CIA before he resigned in 2012. It's an honor to talk with him today about the war in Ukraine and the global impact in such a crucial moment. General Petraeus' national security advisor Jake Sullivan just said that there would be, I quote him here, catastrophic consequences for Russia if they use nuclear weapons in Ukraine. What would the consequences be?
I thought it was very heartening to hear, frankly, because what it indicates is that the U.S. and presumably our allies have been thinking this through, and more importantly, communicating with Russia that such a use of nuclear weapons would bring about this, again, catastrophic response, which I would assume would include targeting of Russian forces in Ukraine and on the Black Sea. And it would, I am quite confident, be very, very devastating to Russian forces there. Let's keep in mind as well, though, that just the cost-benefit analysis here for Vladimir Putin, who, of course, is in an incredibly desperate situation, and we can talk about that in a moment, but to use tactical nuclear weapons would actually not reverse Russia's fortunes on the battlefield. It would be very destructive, very lethal in a specific area on that battlefield, but it would not reverse this reality that confronts Russia. And that is the real new development, I think, in Ukraine, which is demonstrated by the Ukrainian successful offensive. But what is behind that is the fact that the Ukrainians have decisively won the battle of force generation. In other words, from the very beginning, they mobilized completely. And now this country of less than a third the population of Russia has a much larger army in the field in Ukraine. It is vastly better equipped. Of course, $15.1 billion worth of military hardware and ammunition and assistance from the United States alone, and plenty more from our NATO allies and other Western countries throughout the world. And now they are bringing these new forces and capabilities to bear in a very effective manner on the battlefield. There's nothing that Russia can do to reverse this situation.
General, that some people say just because of that, and as you just mentioned, because Putin might be so desperate that it could be likely that he uses nuclear weapons. Again, do you think it is likely, and what would it mean?
It is certainly a possibility. That possibility has to be taken very seriously. I don't think it is that likely, but again, something so dangerous and horrific does have to be taken seriously. Clearly, as Jake Sullivan indicated, we are taking it very seriously, and more importantly, we are communicating with Russia and with the leadership there, presumably, in a general way, what the response would be to obviously deter them, to dissuade them from taking this decision. If anything, it will unite Ukraine even more against Russia. It will unite NATO even more against Russia. It will result in additional very, very tough sanctions, financial, economic, personal. This could be the moment where Russia is finally declared a state sponsor of terror, or perhaps even war crimes charges are levied against Putin. I think this takes the gloves off in terms of the Western response. This partial mobilization, what it has done is prompted demonstrations, all kinds of disruptions around Russia.
What does it mean that he's experienced such a backlash in his own country, Vladimir Putin?
Certainly this has brought out enormous demonstrations in Russia, the size that we haven't seen for a very long period of time. And of course, he feared this. This is why he hesitated as long as he did, noting that he's already carried out three in a sense, partial mobilizations before this. They carried out one that was before the invasion for the training. They did a subsequent one, and then they had a more recent one, which struck me as just flat ludicrous. It was basically to tell every Russian republic in the Federation to provide a battalion's worth of soldiers. I mean, that's not how you create trained, equipped, organized, cohesive, well-led, and so forth, capable organizations. That's sort of what we did in the Revolutionary War, in our hour of greatest need, where every town came up with its own militia. This is not how you create modern, capable combat forces. So again, he is in a very, very serious and very desperate situation. And again, I'm not sure how widespread the recognition is that this is actually irreversible for him, assuming, and it's a good assumption, that the U.S. and other NATO and Western countries will continue to provide the very robust military support that we have been giving to Ukraine. And keep in mind,
I would like to come back to that in a minute, sir, if I might, but I would like to have one question about the so-called referenda. So the G7 already stated that they won't accept the outcome of the so-called referenda in the occupied regions in eastern Ukraine. What impact does this have on the military strategy?
None on the Ukrainian side, candidly. They are not going to acknowledge that this is part of Russia. Any more that they'll acknowledge that what was seized back in 2014 is part of Russia. And indeed, of course, they've conducted strikes and operations against Russian forces in Crimea, and there was no discernible response to that by Russia, as if it had been on their territory or something like that. The real issue here is, I think, that Putin wants to complete this in time for the fall conscript recruitment drive that goes on every year in Russia. And this will now be part of Russia, so now they can try to round up men of military age in these new, quote, Russian republics, or whatever they will describe them as. Again, that's not going to produce capable, well-trained, well-equipped, organized forces it'll create more bodies. But bodies aren't how you combat a force that is now shown to be as capable and as well equipped and increasingly professional Ukrainian forces.
General Petraeus, give me some help in understanding the debate about tanks. Germany is criticized, still criticized, continuously criticized so harshly. What about France and Great Britain in that regard?
Well, the Leopard 2 is a great tank. And, you know, it's been, the reason people buy it is because it is a terrific tank. The challenge when it comes to the M1 tank produced by the US is that it is so heavy and it is so difficult to maintain that I think there are just serious reservations that we're going to get this 70-ton plus beast. You know, this is basically a jet engine surrounded by heavy armor with a huge cannon on it. Keep in mind, it's a 1,500 horsepower, basically jet turbine. This is not a diesel engine, you know, traditional. And having had lots of M1s in units under my command in combat, I can tell you that the maintenance requirements are enormous. You have to have all kinds of diagnostics, very highly trained technicians, mechanics, and everything is so heavy. They're literally much heavier than any other tank in the world. So you have to then also not only do you have to have an M1 tank, you have to have an M1 tank recovery vehicle, which is of course on an M1 tank chassis. If it breaks out in the eastern part of the country, you're going to have to get it back out to Poland to repair it. Well, then that means you have to have a lowboy that is sufficient to carry a 70-ton tank all that distance. Do the bridges stand up to this? Can the roads take it? Again, these are the concerns, I think, when it comes to the M1. And curiously, Germany wants the U.S. to provide just a few first so that will validate, and then they can provide theirs. I think my sense is the Leopard would be more easily maintained.
Just coming back from Germany, if you would have met German Chancellor, or could have met German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, would you have told him, come on, send over some Leopards? Would this be your recommendation?
I would never disclose what I would say to a political leader, even as a retired four-star general.
Then let me phrase my question differently. Should Germany send Leopards to Ukraine?
Well, what I would like to see first, frankly, is scour for every T-72, T-64, T-80 that might be in the arsenals of NATO countries still. Most of those have been provided to Ukraine by this point in time, but there may still be others. The Ukrainians know how to operate them, maintain them, repair them, have the ammunition for them, and all the rest of that. And then with a promise to backfill those with Leopard 2s or M1s or what have you. That, I think, is the first course of action. Let's keep in mind, by the way, that I think it is accurate to say that Ukraine has vastly more tanks now than it had at the start of the war because it has captured about a third or more of the Russian systems that they took out. Again, I don't want to get too caught up on this particular issue because you start to lose sight of how enormous the assistance has been. Let me give you just a tiny bit of math just about heavy artillery. So the United States alone has provided 126 155 millimeter howitzers. These are heavy artillery pieces. And trucks to carry them because the hydraulics don't work all that well without that. Then we're providing, I think we're about 750,000 rounds of artillery at this point in time for that particular cannon. Now, you can only put about 40 to 45 rounds per 5-ton truck. So do the math and realize how many tens of thousands of trucks have to go from the border with Poland out to the east or the south just to get those to the artillery pieces. But that gives you a sense of how massive these numbers are. And again, as somebody who was part of an invasion of a country as a 2-star general and shot a fair amount of artillery and rockets and missiles, these numbers are just mind-boggling. I mean, yes, it's a very different war, to be sure, but what has been provided is just truly incredible. And a subset of both the artillery rounds and the rocket rounds that we're providing for the multiple launch rocket system we have provided are so precise that they can land on a dinner table. These rounds cost over $100,000 a piece, and I think we've provided roughly 1,000 or so of those from the artillery and maybe a like number for the rockets. This is a subset of those because, again, the cost of these is so enormous, and our own arsenals are only so big.
Well, what does Ukraine need most right now?
Well, I think an area of real emphasis has to be additional air and ballistic missile defenses because the one reality that is still very stark for Ukraine is that while Russia can no longer take appreciable territory, it is likely to lose much, if not all, of what they have seized since 24 February, with tough fighting to be sure. What Russia can and is doing is to carry out essentially punishing strikes. They can punish Ukraine with missiles and rockets And they have been doing that. And they're going after civilian infrastructure in particular, power generation, power transmission, even hospitals in some cases, water supplies, all of this to make life difficult, increasingly difficult for Ukrainian citizens in those areas that are within range of these different capabilities. And of course, Russia has some that are very, very long range. So that's the brutal reality for Ukraine and its leadership, just as Putin has to face this brutal reality that he's lost the first generation war, and the implications of that are that his forces are going to lose the vast majority, if not all, of what they have gained since 24 February. And when that does take shape, I think another important element will be the NATO countries pledging to ensure the security of Ukraine, and perhaps actually inviting Ukraine to apply for membership in NATO.
Or you would recommend that Ukraine at some point should join NATO?
I think that moment is approaching. I think that, again, a lesson of this is our concern for for the Kremlin's sensitivities about Ukraine being part of the West, part of the NATO alliance, the EU. We were very sensitive to that. It didn't turn out well, and we cannot allow such a situation. Again, keep in mind as well that for the success of the reconstruction of Ukraine, the success of some kind of Marshall Plan for Ukraine, there will have to be a security guarantee, or it will not succeed. You will not be able to rebuild it. You certainly won't be able to attract outside investors of any size without a sense that, again, the security is going to be preserved. Keep in mind that really the most important contribution the U.S. made to the reconstruction of European countries in the wake of World War II was actually not the funding of the Marshall Plan, as important as that was, don't get me wrong, but really it was the security guarantee that the U.S. provided.
I think there is no doubt that the support from the United States, from President Biden, was outstanding. Will this change with the midterms or the possible outcome of the midterms?
No, I think it's very important to recognize that on Capitol Hill, for example, among the biggest champions of support for Ukraine is the minority leader of the Senate, Senator Mitch McConnell, a leading voice on this, together, of course, with the majority leader. But that can be very, very clearly there is strong bipartisan support. I think we may see actually a further increment of additional support. There's discussion, the rumors that perhaps Senator Lindsey Graham might be the one that champions this. He's another very strong supporter of what the White House is doing in this regard. He'd like to see them do more in some cases, to be sure. But again, you've got very, very strong support in the Senate and also in the House, in the minority parties, supporting the White House in this effort. So I don't think that the midterms will change this. There will be enough support no matter who controls which House, and given President Biden still in the White House.
Do you have any estimates how long this war might go on?
There are numerous factors. One of the ones that I'm watching most closely has to do with Russian morale. Do individual soldiers, do small units, do large units surrender, melt away, collapse? This is going to be a tougher winter for the Russian soldiers than it will be for the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are on their own soil with a very supportive citizenry around them doing whatever they can to support. The Russians are in areas where the citizens hate them. They're occupiers. They have brought terrible violence and destruction to the areas that they control. There are increasing actions by essentially guerrilla warfare, insurgent warfare, terrorism behind the lines. And some of them are having their tours extended. They're not even sure what they're really fighting for. The Ukrainians are fighting. This is their war of independence. The Russians, this is a war of aggression. And increasingly, they're going to hear citizens and the streets back home opposing what Putin is doing as well. So the question is, in those circumstances, given that context, given how impressive now the Ukrainian forces are doing on the battlefield, they're about to surround another important city in that nexus between Kharkiv and Luhansk, Lyman, which is a critical location, which I think the Russians will have to withdraw their forces from or lose them. As this continues, at what point do these soldiers ask whether they want to be the last person to die in this war for their country? And I just don't see the prospect that this partial mobilization is going to generate much effective combat capability, certainly not in the near term, and probably not even in the midterm. So as that realization settles in among Russian soldiers, how long can they continue to fight effectively? Do units, again, crumble and then collapse? But it's very, very hard to feel that from afar. It's actually hard even in battle. I've been in some during the fight to Baghdad where all of a sudden the enemy collapsed after several days of tough fighting. And you look back and there was no specific catalyst or action that precipitated. They just ran out of, they culminated, probably physically, mentally. When is that point? It is very difficult to say. But as that point begins to arrive, as Ukrainians achieve further success, I do think at some point there's going to have to be some move, again, towards discussions, towards negotiations, because at the end of the day, President Zelensky is right. The resolution will come through negotiations. But as I mentioned earlier, a critical element undergirding that, I think, will need to be a security guarantee from the West.
General Petraeus, thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to keep this conversation going. Thank you. Dankeschön.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just days ago, Russia declared ownership of several Ukrainian regions. But each day since, Ukraine has undermined those declarations from Moscow with its victories on the ground. And we can take a look at some of those now. In the eastern region of Donetsk, they reclaimed the city of Lyman and nearby towns. Now, Lyman is considered a strategic city due to its many railway connections. But it's in the south that they have really made some of the most impressive recent gains. Just yesterday, in the region of Kherson, Ukrainian forces claimed to have pushed the front line back by around 30 kilometers, retaking the town of Buchany. And regional officials say that Ukrainian troops are moving along the Dnieper River, recapturing villages as they go. Well, Russia's recent losses are prompting domestic criticism of the army's strategy. One of Putin's allies said that Russia should now consider using low-yield nuclear weapons. So with the threat of nuclear war on the table, what buttons could Russia reach for? Well, both the US and Russia have nuclear stockpiles of between 5,000 and 6,000 warheads. And of these, the US mostly has large, long-range weapons. But 1/3 of Russia's stockpile is assumed to be so-called tactical warheads, which are smaller bombs for use on the battlefields. Now, tactical warheads have lower payloads and shorter delivery systems. Although they won't result in a global nuclear winter, they would still be devastating across a large area. So how real is Russia's nuclear threat? Well, the director of the CIA recently said that there is no practical evidence of Russia being close to using nuclear weapons. And other Western monitors have also said that there's no sign of Russia moving their warheads out of their bunkers. But now every Russian maneuver is being closely watched for any sign of whether Putin's rhetoric will move into reality.
Thank you very much, Soldaro there. Speculation over Russia's next move in the war was fueled this week by a video showing a train in Russia carrying military equipment. The British newspaper wrote that the train was carrying these nuclear weapons that Joel was just talking about. But defense experts have cast doubt on that claim. The video was posted on a Russian Telegram channel, which stated it was carrying armored vehicles to a specific Russian army division. The same division handles Russia's nuclear warheads. But there's no evidence that the train was carrying nuclear ammunition, nor that it was heading towards Ukraine. A little earlier, I spoke to Konrad Muzyka. He's the director of defense consultancy, Russian consulting in Poland. I asked for his analysis of that train.
Unfortunately, the analysis that we did was misinterpreted in many Western outlets and which raised quite a lot of concern all across Europe, I think. But essentially what this video showed was that there was a train that was on the move, and the train was carrying equipment which belonged to the 12th Main Directorate of the Russian Ministry of Defense. This directorate is quite specialized because it only deals with storage and handling and delivering of nuclear munitions to Russian units. The video did not show that the train was carrying any nuclear payload. At that time, we did not know where the footage was made, and we did not know whether the train was moving to Ukraine or out of Ukraine. Since then, more information was published, and we know that the train was actually moving northeast of Moscow, so quite far away from Ukraine. And still, we are not able to determine whether the train was moving to Ukraine or not. However, it is a conclusion that this train was carrying nuclear payload and it was going to Ukraine is definitely far-fetched, and this is not something that we obviously wanted to achieve with our analysis.
Okay, now talking about the likelihood of the use of nuclear weapons by Russia in that conflict. Earlier, we spoke to a military analyst who said he doesn't think Putin will use nuclear weapons as it won't help him to win the war, but rather help him lose it. Would you agree?
I think there are a lot of risks involved when it comes to nuclear weapons, and I don't think that I also don't think that that Russia can now win this war using tactical nuclear weapons. We know that NATO would probably respond its debacle it's debatable to what extent and how. But I think it would only make it more difficult for Russia to achieve anything in this war, because I don't think that Ukrainians' will to fight, to defend their own territory, can be broken through tactical nuclear weapon release. However, the truth is that, from conventional point of view, the only tool that Russia now has available is manpower. They do not have any special tanks, more aircraft, more infantry fighting vehicles that can deploy into the battlefield to change the situation. So they can only rely on the mass of the Russian armed forces to stop Ukrainian advancing in crucial parts of the front. If they will not be able to achieve that with the manpower, I think that Russian conventional options will run out.
Thank you very much, defense analyst Konrad Muzyka.
Thank you very much.
And now let's bring in Elena Sokolova. She's the executive director of the Vienna Center for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation. Elena, do you think Putin is likely to use nuclear weapons at this point in the war?
I don't think we are at the point where the use of nuclear weapons is likely. And I would agree with the assessment coming from the director of the CIA that we do not see signs yet that there is a move to either deploy or make preparations for that. Moreover, I think that a use of a tactical nuclear weapon or any nuclear weapon at this point would actually make things much worse for Russia itself. And there are many reasons for that. They would certainly break the taboo. They would certainly break their own commitments and announcements and the doctrine. And it also would push away those who have not been joining NATO and West in sanctions or staying on sidelines, including key partners, India and Pakistan.
Now, how easy do you think would it be, and that's the question that's been on my mind for a long time, how easy would it be for Putin to carry out a nuclear strike, taking the chain of command into consideration? What is in place there? What safeguards are in place here, do you know?
There are safeguards in place, particularly when it comes to launching strategic nuclear weapons. Because as far as I understand, that there is at least 3 individuals who need to agree on the launch, push the button, so to speak. There is a little bit of a different situation with launching weapons on the battlefield. But still, in order to convey a command to the troops on the battlefield and give them ability to do so, there needs to be a decision that does not only involve Putin, but it's also the chief of staff and the minister of defense of Russia. But this is at least what we know. But again, I want to make sure that the viewers leave the program with the understanding that we're not there yet. And also, we do need to monitor and we need to take it seriously. But there are no signs that this is something that is being considered or being an immediate move on the Russia side.
Elena Sokolova, Executive Director of the Vienna Center for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation. Thank you very much for joining us here on DW News.
Thank you. My pleasure.
The European Union has agreed to impose new sanctions, including a cap on the price of Russian oil, in response to the war in Ukraine. The security threat from Russia is also on the table as members of the European Parliament meet in Strasbourg. The EU Commission President has told MEPs that member states need to step up the security of their energy infrastructure. Ursula von der Leyen also said the EU is now ready to discuss a price cap on gas as prices are soaring. I'm now joined by our EU correspondents, Jack Parrick in Brussels and Max Sander in Strasbourg. Jack, let's start with you. What more do we know about the planned sanctions?
Well, we don't have the full details yet, Gerhard. The sanctions will be published in the Journal of the European Union on Thursday, when we will have exactly the details of what this price cap means. At the moment, we don't know how much it costs, how long it will last. This was a deal to get the legal basis for this oil cap. What we do know, though, is that the Hungarians, who were extremely opposed and have been extremely opposed to all fossil fuel sanctions, that they say they've got an exemption. The spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry tweeted to say that the sanctions don't harm Hungary's interests, been granted exemptions from the sanctions that would have violated Hungary's interests and endangered the security of their energy supply. So we know that that is a big difference in how these sanctions are going to be imposed, because until now they've required unanimity, all 27 EU countries. It wasn't only the Hungarians that had a problem with these sanctions, though. Countries like Malta, Cyprus, Greece, with big shipping fleets that have been shipping Russian oil, they've had their concerns as well. As I say, we don't know the details at the moment, and we'll find out exactly how they've managed to placate all of these countries to get this deal over the line. But the ambassadors did manage to sign off on them this morning.
Max, the European Parliament in Strasbourg, where you are, also debated the illegal annexation of Ukrainian land by Russia today. What's their position?
Right, Garrett. So it probably does not come as a surprise if I tell you that across party lines, across political groups here in the European Parliament, the sentiment was that the annexation of Ukrainian land by Russia is illegal. It's null and void and meaningless. It does not change facts on the ground. This is something that all parties pretty much agreed to. There have been calls for further sanctions, some of these things that Jack just pointed out, and also some members or some groups, in particular the Conservative bloc, has called for further weapons deliveries to Ukraine, especially tanks and heavy artillery. By countries such as Germany and France, there have been calls for them to take the lead. But bottom line, here today at the European Parliament, the message is that Russia cannot unilaterally move borders. This will not be accepted by the European Union.
Thank you.
Max, there have been several nuclear threats by Russia's leader, Vladimir Putin. What's the position of the European Parliament there?
Right, so the EU's top diplomat, Josep Borrell, the High Representative, spoke at the beginning of the session this morning in Parliament, calling it a source of concern that a nuclear power was retreating on the battlefield. Apart from that, we did not hear much about this nuclear threat. It does not seem to be the top priority among MEPs here. I spoke to one of the Conservative MEPs on the sideline of the debate. He told me he believes that this is more of a scare tactic, that Russia will not use nuclear weapons, also because they would then admit that they would be defeated in conventional warfare. Furthermore, he told me that he believes the U.S. sent a very clear message to Russia already that if they used nuclear weapons in Ukraine or elsewhere, this would have a very strong conventional response. So it seems that MEPs here are really focusing on what Russia has been doing so far, and not so much on the future prospects of a nuclear escalation.
Now, Jack, back to you in Brussels there. This is the 8th package of sanctions since February. How effective have the previous ones been?
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it, Gerd? Exactly that. I think from an EU perspective, they think that they have managed to be quite cutting on the Russian economy. The European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said that they have been quick and decisive in getting this sanctions package over the line. As a bit of context, I think that they'll be very, very pleased that they managed to do it within the ambassadorial meeting here in Brussels this morning. We have a big summit coming up at the end of this week in Prague. All of the EU's leaders are going to be there, plus leaders from this new European political community idea, including the UK, countries like Turkey as well. And they really didn't want it to run over, to go over into that summit where you'd see leaders arguing over this. The sanctions are in response to the referendums that were considered a and to be illegal. But this is the big question, similar to what Max was talking about, this threat of nuclear war. There are so many complex, complicated issues around energy, around the type of warfare, around supplies that are really concerning for the European Union at the moment. The only tool they really have, Gerhard, at the moment is sanctions, and they've got this eighth round over there.
Jack Parrott in Brussels and Max Sander in Strasbourg. Thank you. Ukraine says its forces have retaken towns in the south and east of the country, including parts of the regions Russia illegally annexed last week. Officials who were installed by Moscow in those regions have acknowledged setbacks in the Kherson region. Our correspondent, Matthias Böllinger, visited Ukrainian troops in the south close to the front line. Despite looming fears of a cold winter, he found soldiers and local people optimistic about further gains.
They are digging in. These soldiers have only recently moved forward to their new position. Now they are fortifying their defences, preparing the trenches. It's been more than 3 months now since Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky announced Kyiv's counteroffensive in the south.
We are constantly trying to drive the enemy from their positions. These attempts have been successful, and we are moving forward. We now have new positions, and we're fortifying them. That is how we make constant progress forward.
For quite some time, Ukraine's successes in the south have been less spectacular than those in the northeast of the country. But recently, the army has been able to make significant gains down south as well. The Ukrainians are convinced that their tactics are more efficient and also more sustainable than the Russians. But that doesn't mean moving forward is a walk in the park.
They just keep aggressively charging at us. They don't care about their own losses. You get the impression that they just don't give a damn about their soldiers. Their tactics are simple. It's easy to read them. But for us, this means that we have to be permanently on watch. We can never, ever lower our guard.
Behind the lines, villages have come under fire. Russian forces passed through this settlement early on in the war. Later, they were driven back. But since the territory has been back under Ukrainian control, Russian shells have been falling all over the place.
In the beginning, when we first experienced incoming fire and there were explosions everywhere, I thought it would blow up my house. I left at the time, but when I heard that things had calmed down a bit, I came back. I repaired the roof because it started raining. Then I decided to stay.
Russia has seen tremendous losses of personnel and equipment. That's why President Putin has started mobilizing more troops. But the soldiers here are calm about the prospect of more Russian reinforcements.
They can draft whoever they want, and however many they want. But their own morale and the opinion of the locals towards them will not allow them to relax.
Now the soldiers are preparing for winter, hoping that they can gain as much territory as they can, for as long as the conditions allow it.
Now, DW correspondent Matthias Böllinger filed that report, and he joins us now from Mykolaiv. Ukrainian forces, as we've heard in your report, are disturbed by how cheap the lives of Russian soldiers seem to be to their own commanders. Could news like that do anything to shift public opinion in Russia, do you think?
The question is whom they reach. I mean, the problem seems to be that in Russia the propaganda is working quite well and that people seem to be somehow still either believing it or finding it more wise not to contest it publicly. But these are not news. The Russian lives that have been put on at risk has been a topic of this war since the very beginning. When they came into Ukraine in the very beginning, Ukrainian soldiers have told us that they were shocked at how little Russian commanders value the lives of their soldiers. So this is nothing new. Of course, we have estimates how many Russian soldiers have died. There are estimates by the Ukrainian military, which puts them at around 60,000, which is a huge amount considering that they have probably invaded in February with a number of about 200,000, probably reinforced them then. Western estimates put them a little bit lower at 30, 40,000, but still, that is a lot. We do not, however, know for sure how many losses the Ukrainian side has had. It has been a very costly war on both sides.
Now, you have spoken to Ukrainian officers and troops there. How important is it for them, how important is it for Ukraine to gain more territory quickly before the Russian mobilization takes effect?
It's important for Ukraine to take more territory, probably even before the winter arrives, when it will be more difficult to move. But also it's important, of course, for Ukraine and for the public morale in Ukraine that the Ukrainian army can regain some territory, because, of course, there's consensus here that now there cannot be any compromise with Russia on territorial issues, and that Ukraine needs to take all these territories back. The Russian mobilization is not seen as such a big issue here because for most people this seems just like Russia throwing even more untrained personnel at the front lines and probably just making Russian losses even higher, but expectations are that this will not change a lot on the battlefield if it does not come with a strategical and also a qualitative change in the Russian tactics.
Matthias, I'll let you go now. I can hear the air raid sirens. You better get yourself to safety. Thank you very much. Matthias Böllinger there, reporting from Mykolaiv.
Ukraine.